Welcome to the third episode of Panchakarma. In this episode, you will learn about the special therapeutic procedures of Bahya Snehana and Swedana developed by the traditional Ayurveda practitioners of Kerala through centuries. Though not a part of classical Ayurvedic texts, these procedures are firmly rooted in Ayurvedic principles. Being very effective in treating a variety of diseases, these are being practiced both as a part of Purva Karma and as independent therapeutic procedures. These specialized therapies include Patrapodala Swedam or Pachakiri, Churna Pinda Swedam or Podikiri, Shastika Pinda Swedam or Navarakiri, Kayaseka or Pilichil, Udvartanam, Annalepanam, Kshiradhumam or Palpuga, and Shirodhara. Let us now examine each of these procedures. First, the process of Patrapodala Swedam.
Patrapodala Swedam or Pachakiri is an Agneya Swedana procedure developed in Kerala in which the body is made to perspire by the direct application of heat. This procedure involves the use of medicines prepared from fresh leaves of medicinal plants which have the property of alleviating the Vata dosha. The important herbs used are Iranda, Arka, Shigru, Karanja and Nirgundi. In addition to these, grated coconut, citrus fruit and rock salt are used to prepare the medicine. The shredded leaves and other ingredients, including medicated oil, are mixed and heated over a gentle fire. After heating, the mixture is divided into 4 equal parts and tied in 4 pieces of cloth to make the boluses. These boluses are again heated by keeping them in medicated oil. To begin the Patrapodala Swedam therapy, the patient is prepared by lightly massaging his head and body with medicated oil. Now begins the therapy of Patrapodala Swedam by fomenting the patient's body with hot boluses containing herbs and other ingredients. The massage with the boluses has to be carried out in 7 different postures. First, in the sitting posture with fully extended lower limbs. Second, when the patient is in the supine position with fully extended limbs. The third application of the Patrapodala Swedam has to be carried out with the patient in the left lateral position, that is, lying down on the left with extended right arm. The fourth position is the supine position with extended limbs. This is followed by the right lateral position, that is, lying down on the right with extended left arm. The sixth position again is in the supine posture. Finally, the patient is made to sit upright with extended lower limbs and massage is carried out as was done in the first position. Whenever the boluses lose heat, they are heated again and applied on the body. The process has to be continued for about 45 minutes to 1 hour until Samyak Svinna Lakshana, that is, proper perspiration symptoms, are observed.
Patrapodala Swedam is indicated for cases of Vata disorders like hemiplegia, low back pain and arthritis. Similar to Patrapodala Swedam, there is another method called Churnapinda Swedam, which is also known as Podikiri. But in this procedure, churna, that is powders of dry herbs, are used to prepare boluses instead of leaves as in Patrapodala Swedam. Let us see the details of Churnapinda Swedam procedure.
The powders of dried herbs such as kolam, kulatham, devadaru, tilam, vacha, shatahua, haridra, rasna, medika and jatamansi are tied in 4 different cloth pieces and made into boluses. These are then heated over a gentle fire. Then, the patient is given a thorough massage with hot boluses containing the herbal powders. The massage should be performed continuously for about 45 minutes to 1 hour in 7 different positions. The procedure can be stopped when proper perspiration symptoms are observed. Churnapinda Swedam is indicated for Vata disorders having association with Kapha.
The third procedure developed in Kerala is known as Shastika Pinda Swedam or Navarakiri. In this case, Shastika or Navara, a variety of rice having medicinal value, is used to make boluses for massage and hence the name Shastika Pinda or Navarakiri. Let us now see the procedures involved in this therapy.
For Navarakiri, the medicine is prepared by boiling Navara rice in milk and Balamula Kashaya. The boiled rice is then divided into 4 equal parts and made into the boluses and heated in a mixture of Balamula Kashaya and milk. After applying suitable oil on the head and body, the patient has to be subjected to a gentle massage using hot boluses. Starting from the area below the neck, the massage has to be extended downwards. The process is to be repeated in 7 positions. That is, the sitting position, the supine position, the left lateral, the supine position, the right lateral, the supine position and the sitting position. When the 2 boluses lose heat, the other 2 boluses which are hot can be used. The process has to continue till the patient perspires considerably. As the paste begins to cool down, it has to be scraped off the body for application of fresh oil. Now the patient can relax and take a hot water bath.
Shastika Pinda Swedam is indicated in certain conditions of Vata dominated disorders like rheumatism, poliomyelitis and spondylosis. This treatment has all the benefits of Swedana therapy. Also, it strengthens muscles and is effective in diseases caused by the vitiation of Rakta Dhatu. Another important contribution of Kerala to Panchakarma is Kaya Sega or Pirichil. This therapy, in which warm medicated oil is poured all over the body in a specific manner, provides the benefits of both Snehana and Swedana. Therefore, it is considered to be an effective treatment for neurological disorders. According to the condition of the disease and the patient, any of the Sneha substances, namely Taila, Grida, Vasa or Majja, can be used in different combinations. Let us now see the procedure in detail.
In this procedure of Pirichal, about 4.5 liters of medicated oil is heated to a moderate temperature. The first step is the application of warm oil on the head and body of the patient. Now, a piece of clean cloth dipped in warm oil is squeezed so as to make the oil drip through the thumb of the masseurs onto the body from a height of 12 angulas, that is 8 inches. Beginning with the area below the neck, the process is directed downwards. After 3 or 4 squeezes of the cloth to make the oil drip, the patient has to be given a gentle massage. The process is repeated in all the 7 different postures of the patient as described in the earlier therapeutic procedures. The oil which flows out on the therapeutic table can be collected and recycled. At the end, Abhyanga can be performed for a few minutes.
Let us now examine Udvartanam, a technique of massaging the body with dry herbal powders. Even though it does not produce much sweat as in other fermentation procedures, Udvartanam creates rukshana, that is the dryness in the body.
For performing Udvartanam, dry herbal powders, according to the condition of the disease, are heated for a while and used for massage. Udvartanam can be performed in 2 ways. In the first method, called Udgarshanam, herbal powders are used as such without mixing them with other substances. When this powder is mixed with medicated liquid and made into a paste for massaging the body, the process is called Utsadanam. In both cases, it is essential that the massage should be pratiloma, that is, in the direction against the hair. The process also has to be performed in all the 7 postures for a period of about 45 minutes.
Udvartanam mitigates kapha, liquefies fat and induces stability to the body. It also enhances blood circulation, opens up channels present in the skin and enhances the functions of Brahachaka Pitta, a variety of Pitta which metabolizes the medicines applied on the skin. Udvartanam is indicated in conditions where Kapha and Meda are vitiated, as in the case of obesity, diabetes, ama and certain skin diseases. Now let us examine the procedure called Annalepanam. It is a Swedana procedure in which the whole body or any particular part is made to perspire through application of Navara rice pudding prepared in milk and decoction of Bala root.
For performing Annalepana, the pudding of Navara rice has to be prepared afresh. Navara rice, when boiled with Bala Mula decoction and cow's milk, will yield the Lepana. In this procedure too, first the patient is massaged with suitable oil on the head and body according to the disease. Then, moderately warm Navara paste is smeared on the patient and his body is massaged gently. When the Lepana starts cooling, it is removed from the body and fresh hot paste is applied. The process has to be continued for about 1.5 hours in all the 7 different postures. When the process is completed, the paste is removed, fresh oil is applied and the patient is advised to take a hot water bath.
Annalepanam is indicated in Vata Vyadhi, that is neurological disorders, Mamsa Shosha, that is wasting of muscles, and in some conditions of Vatarakta, that is rheumatic disorders. It also increases the strength of the muscles. Kshira Dhumam or Palpuga is a modified form of Nadi Sweda in which the affected part is fermented by vapor of medicated fluids. Here, decoction of balamula and milk are boiled to fume the affected part. This treatment is very effective in the case of Ardhita, that is facial palsy, Jihvastamba, that is paralysis of tongue, and Hanustamba, that is locked jaw.
In order to carry out the procedure, equal quantities of decoction of balamula and cow's milk are boiled. The patient is massaged with a suitable medicated oil on the head, face, neck and shoulders. The eyes are covered with a piece of cotton and a cloth so as to protect them from the heat. The upper part of the body is then covered with a blanket. Now the patient is asked to open his mouth and extend his tongue. The vapor coming out of the spout is directed to spread over the face, neck and shoulders in a uniform manner. Care should be taken not to direct the vapors to the eyes. When the patient has perspired sufficiently, the process has to be stopped. The sweat should be wiped off and the patient should be advised to take a hot water bath.
Now we will study the Shirodhara therapy. In Shirodhara, medicated liquid is allowed to fall in a continuous stream on the forehead of the patient. When this procedure is carried out using medicated oil, it is called Taila Shirodhara. It is generally practiced by Ayurvedic physicians of Kerala in various clinical conditions, especially of the head and neck.
Before commencing Taila Shirodhara, a piece of cloth has to be tied on the forehead, over the eyebrows to protect the eyes from the oil that is allowed to fall on the forehead from an earthen pot hung above. For this purpose, a pot with a hole of the size of the little finger is used. A bunch of cotton threads are drawn through the hole. The pot is filled with oil for it to drip in a continuous stream on the forehead of the patient from a height of 4 angulas, that is 3 inches. Taila Shirodhara has to be carried out for 45 minutes to 1.5 hours in the supine posture.
Dhara with Taila imparts stability to mind, gives clarity to voice, strengthens the body, provides good appetite, softens the skin and gives brightness to the eyes. It also nourishes blood and semen, enhances sexual desire, reduces the body heat and gives sound sleep. Let us now study the process of Takradhara, which is similar to Taila Shirodhara. Takradhara involves the use of buttermilk, that is takra, processed with 1-year-old dry amalaki, ushira and musta.
Takradhara is carried out in the same way as Taila Shirodhara, except that instead of oil, medicated buttermilk is allowed to fall in a continuous stream on the forehead of the patient. Here too, the lying posture has to be maintained throughout the process, which could last for about 45 minutes to 1.5 hours.
Takradhara cures premature graying of hair, fatigue, headache, lack of vitality, pricking pain in the palm and sole, diabetes, pain in the chest, loss of taste, indigestion and the diseases of the eyes, nose, throat and ears. Takradhara also alleviates the derangement of the three dosha and improves the power of all sensory organs. These specialized therapeutic procedures of Panchakarma developed in Kerala have long been found to be effective in treating a variety of diseases as well as maintaining health and retarding the process of aging. Before we conclude this session, let us summarize the unit. First, we discussed Patrapodala Swedam and Churnapinda Swedam, which belong to the category of Agneya Swedam. In Shastika Pinda Swedam, a variety of rice called Shastika or Navara is used. Boluses containing hot paste of Navara rice prepared in Balamula decoction and milk are used to massage the patient. We then examined the case of another specialized therapeutic procedure known as Kaya Sega or Pilichil, which is considered to be the most effective treatment for neurological disorders. Then we discussed the procedure of Udvartanam, which can be performed in two ways, namely Udgharshanam and Utsadanam. In the therapeutic procedure of Annalepanam, warm paste of Navara rice prepared in milk and Balamula decoction is applied on the body. In Kshiradhumam, vapor of Balamula decoction and milk is allowed to fall on the affected part of the body. In Taila Shirodhara and Takradhara, medicated oil and buttermilk respectively are allowed to fall in a continuous stream on the forehead of the patient. All these therapeutic processes liquefy the vitiated dosha present in the body and brings them to the koshta for elimination. For the elimination of the morbid dosha, the patients have to be subjected to the 5 therapeutic procedures of Panchakarma, namely Vamana, Virechana, Vasti, Nasya and Raktamoksha. These will be dealt in the coming episodes. Till we meet next time, read the books suggested here and answer the questions. Take care.
Here are some books for reference. Charaga Samhita by Agnivesha, published by Chaukamba Surbharati Prakashan, Varanasi. Sushruta Samhita by Sushruta, published by Chaukamba Orientalia, Varanasi, 1998. Ashtanga Samgraha by Britta Vagbada, published by the Central Council for Research in Ayurveda and Siddha, New Delhi, 1998. Ashtanga Hridaya by Vagbada, published by Krishnadas Academy, Varanasi, 1982. Ayurvedic Treatments of Kerala by Ashtavaidya Vayaskara N.S. Moose, published by Vaidya Sarathi Press, Private Limited, Kottayam, 1983. The Legacy of Charaka by Dr. M.S. Valiyathan, published by Orient Longman Private Limited, Chennai, 2004. The questions to be answered are: explain the procedure of Patrapodala Swedam and its indications. Explain the procedure of Shashtika Pinda Swedam. Explain the procedure of Kaya Sega. What are its indications? What are the indications of Annalebana? Differentiate between Udgharshanam and Utsadanam. Write short notes on Kshiradhuma, Churna Pinda Sweda, Takradhara and Annalebana.
Computer networks have become an integral component of any organization, which allows the exchange of data and communication between computers in the network. As far as organizational network infrastructure is concerned, there are three broad categories of computer networks, namely the Internet, the intranet, and the extranet. These networks use various network protocol to allow for communication between computers and other network devices. The Internet, extranet, and the intranet all rely on the same transmission control protocol or the Internet Protocol, TCP or IP technologies. However, there are differences in terms of the level of access and the size of the network. An intranet, for instance, allows restricted access to only members of an organization. An extranet expands that access to allow non-members as well. The difference between the Internet and the extranet is that while the extranet allows limited access to non-members of an organization, the Internet generally allows everyone to access all network resources. Internet. The Internet is a worldwide network of computers that connect computer networks around the world together. Millions of private, public, academic, business and government networks connect with each other over the Internet to share massive amounts of information, resources and services. The Internet uses the standard Internet Protocol Suite or the TCP or IP to connect to the net. It has numerous information resources and services such as the web pages of the World Wide Web, which we generally refer to as www, email, FTP, telnet, games, videos, images, social networking, etc. It is currently being used by billions of people worldwide. The Internet carries information from all streams, traditional like the newspapers, books and other print publishing, to modern such as blogging and web feeds. It also enables new forms of human interactions through instant messaging, emails, internet forums and social networking. The term Internet has been coined from the concept of internetworking that denotes interactions between computers under a network or over multiple networks. It is an umbrella used under different networks. Small and big freely exchange information across the globe. It provides access to the most diversified sources of information hosted by individuals and various organizations worldwide on a vast network of servers. It is a vast electronic library made up of millions of pages of information stored in hundreds of thousands of linked computers across the globe. History of the Internet. Advanced Research Projects Agency Network was the network that became the basis of the Internet. Based on a concept first published in 1967, ARPANET was developed under the direction of the US Advanced Research Projects Agency. In 1969, the idea became a modest reality with the interconnection of 4 university computers. The initial purpose was to communicate with and share computer resources among mainly scientific users at the connected institutions. ARPANET took advantage of the new idea of sending information in small units called packets that could be routed on different paths and reconstructed at their destination. The development of the TCP/IP protocol in the 1970s made it possible to expand the size of this network, which now had become a network of networks in an orderly way. In 1982, the Internet Protocol Suite was standardized and consequently the concept of the World Wide Network of interconnected TCP/IP networks called the Internet was introduced. Access to the ARPANET was expanded in 1981 when the National Science Foundation or the NSF developed the Computer Science Network CSNET and again in 1986 when NSF-NET provided access to supercomputer sites in the United States from research and educational organizations. Commercial Internet Service Providers or the ISPs began to emerge in the late 1980s and early 1990s. The ARPANET was decommissioned in 1990. The Internet was commercialized in 1995 when the NSF-NET was decommissioned, removing the last restrictions on the use of the Internet to carry commercial traffic. Since the mid-1990s, the Internet has had a revolutionary impact on culture and commerce, including the rise of near-instant communication by electronic mail, instant messaging, voice-over Internet protocol, and the World Wide Web with its discussion forums, blogs, social networking, and online shopping sites. Before the World Wide Web, the Internet really only provided screens full of text. In an attempt to make this more aesthetic, companies like CompuServe and AOL began developing what used to be called GUIs, or graphical user interfaces. Probably the World Wide Web saved the net. Not only did it change the appearance, it also made it possible for pictures and sounds to be displayed and exchanged. It was Tim Berners-Lee who created the World Wide Web. The first trials of the web was at CERN Laboratories, one of Europe's largest research laboratories in Switzerland, in December 1990. By 1991, browser and web server software were available, and by 1992, a few preliminary sites existed in places like the University of Illinois. The first browser, which became popularly available to take advantage of this, was Mosaic in 1993. Mosaic was very slow and really didn't handle downloading pictures at all. So the early World Wide Web experience with Mosaic and with domestic modems that operated at 1/6 of current modem speed at best were pretty lousy and really didn't give much indication of the potential of this medium. On April 30, 1993, CERN's director made a statement that was a true milestone in the Internet history. On this day, they declared that www technology would be freely usable by anyone with no fees being payable to CERN. This decision, much in line with the decision of earlier Internet pioneers to make their products freely available, was a visionary and an important one. In the same year, Mark Anderson founded Netscape Corporation, and the World Wide Web Consortium, which administers development of World Wide Web standards, was formed by Tim Berners-Lee. Every year from 1994 to 2014, the Internet saw massive growth, the likes of which had not been seen with any preceding technology. The Internet era had thus begun. The first search engines began to appear in the mid-1990s, and it didn't take long for Google to come into the scene and establish a dominant market position. In the early days, the web was mainly used for displaying information. Online shopping and online purchase of goods came a little bit later. The first large commercial site was Amazon, a company which in its initial days concentrated solely on the books market. Amazon saw that online shopping was the way of the future and chose the book market as a field where much could be achieved. Web 2.0 is a metaphor that implies a paradigm shift in the manner by which web technology is used. Web 2.0 refers to the read-write web, that is, users can not only read what is on the web, but they can also contribute to its contents. It is the term given to describe a second generation of the World Wide Web that is focused on the ability for users to collaborate and share information online. Web 2.0 is basically refers to the transition from static HTML web pages to a more dynamic web that is more organized and is based on serving web applications to users. Blogs, wikis, RSS and social networking sites are all components of Web 2.0 technologies. Importance of Internet libraries. Internet libraries have now become a part of the library environment today. It has added a great value to the library and information services and is playing an important role in transforming the library system and the way in which we view the library resources and services. Internet provides links to various library sites specializing in almost every topic, and they can be accessed directly from any part of the world. As the libraries are going web-based, more and more libraries are becoming accessible via library websites. The Internet has created the following new and different services and operations. A. By designing clearly organized and easily accessible and well-published library websites, librarians can extend the resources and services to its users around the world. B. The libraries can initiate bulletin board services, which gives complete information regarding services, products, and various events organized by them. Ready reference services can be provided with greater speed and in much shorter time. C. Books and journals can be ordered online. Technical processing of the document can be done without much effort. D. Email services can be used for delivering information to the users and communicating with the fellow information professionals. E. ESDI services can be used for delivering information to library users. F. Access to various databases and OPAC of other libraries located in remote areas can be provided. Now, over the recent years, an increasing number of libraries have integrated social media sites and services into their professional offerings, whereas making use of social network sites such as YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, or having an organizational blog, which once have been perceived as cutting edge, such services are increasingly becoming an expected part of a library's online presence. Today, users expect to be able to discover the latest updates about a library's services in their Twitter stream. They expect to be able to ask questions of the library and informational professionals without resorting to email or telephone, and where the library has made content available online, users increasingly expect to be able to share it simply among their friends and colleagues. Libraries are using Web 2.0 technologies to promote services, share information, engage with users, and network with colleagues on a global scale. The global nature of web-based services means that libraries can reach a vast audience, serving more people in the virtual sphere than would be possible in a physical location. A strong web presence, including representation on social media sites, improves the awareness of library services and contributes to a progressive and modern image, which may in turn lead to increased physical visits. Static web pages are useful for presenting information about library services, but they don't allow for interaction of users. The integration of Web 2.0 services, however, could enable libraries to deliver parts of library services online. Libraries can host book discussions groups using a blog or wiki, or provide services, updates, or marketing events using Twitter. Web 2.0 services can be updated quickly and published instantly. This means the time delays associated with traditional web publishing can be avoided. For example, by using blogs or microblogs, librarians can go straight to the user with news and up-to-date information related to new services, materials, or service developments. The use of Internet by libraries largely depends on getting the Internet connection and exploiting its services and resources for providing better access to global information. The scope is unlimited, or rather limited to the imagination of library professionals. Intranet. Intranet is an internal network based on TCP or IP protocols belonging to an organization, accessible only by the organization's members, employees, or others with authorization. An intranet's websites look and act just like any other websites, but the firewall surrounding an intranet fends off unauthorized access. The intranet is inaccessible from the outside. Like all networks, the intranet is mainly used to share data, information, resources, software applications, as well as facilitate communication between people or work groups within the organization. Secure intranets are now the fastest growing segment of the internet because they are much less expensive to build and manage than private networks based on proprietary protocols. Intranets are widely considered to be simply an internal version of the internet, a sort of miniature version of the web running on an institutional network. The appeal of intranets is that they provide a single central information store and encourage communication flows throughout the organization. Information can be easily shared and disseminated to large groups of people dispersed among different sites, even across national borders. Intranets have actually been around for quite some time. Several people claim to have originated the term that describes the development of an internal client-server solution based on web technology. Library applications of the intranet. As in other organizations, the primary benefit of an intranet in a library is the facilitation of information sharing. Various kinds of documents can be converted into HTML and made web accessible. Policies, procedures, forms, annual reports, manuals, schedules, calendars of events and programs, and anything on paper can be transferred onto an intranet. The intranet will then serve as a quick and reliable source of access to information. In this way, librarians and other employees, and in some cases the public, can be more aware of what is going on at the library. There are a number of obvious advantages for a library service which has access to the parent organization's intranet. It publicizes its services to its user community through a variety of pages, some of them generally static, opening hours, details of key stuff, etc., and some of them refreshed more frequently, like new editions or journal alert listing services, etc. The following services can be provided through the intranet. A. An intranet can assist the information professional to develop document delivery services. Documents can be delivered to remote printers alongside users' workstations. B. Network fax and emails offer the possibility for externally sourced copies to be delivered to the network. C. The intranet allows the direct posting of the result of research on electronic databases. D. The library can give access to its catalogs or OPAC or other bibliographic databases directly to the network. E. The librarian can forward the list of books for approval directly through emails. F. The library users can directly make requests to the librarian for purchase of particular titles via the internet. The same can be intimated to the respective user when the requested title has been acquired by the library. G. Librarians can send reminders to the defaulting members by sending intranet email reminders. H. One can renew the books issued to the library users without having any visit to the library. I. By maintaining user profile and document profile, one can give personalized SDI services by sending the latest edition list to the library. Journal articles of their interest can be scanned and sent as an attachment. Also, articles of interest downloaded from the World Wide Web can also be saved and later sent to the user or posted on the bulletin board of the library page, saving the time required to surf the net. J. The library can also provide the articles alert service to its users by downloading e-journals in which some of them are available freely and can be uploaded onto the intranet. As the journals may be current and also difficult to subscribe or sometimes not available as hard copy. This enables to provide an excellent current awareness service or CAS. Extranet. Extranet is an intranet that can be partially accessed by authorized outside users, enabling organizations to exchange information over the internet in a very secure way. It allows controlled access from the outside for specific business or educational purposes. Extranets are extensions to or segments of private intranet networks that have been built in many organizations for information. It uses intranet protocols so users can navigate with a browser but resides on the organization's private server rather than on a public internet server. Access to it from the internet can be controlled through various architectures that are password or username specific. In other words, areas of the extranet will be available according to password credentials. Online patches, upgrades, downloads, knowledge bases, and an interactive help desk are just a few examples of ways to serve a client base using an extranet. Another resource an extranet can provide is the ability to create secure areas for interaction between an organization and its partners. Development, dissemination of information and tools, data sharing, research, and more are all possible using such an environment. An extranet can also connect to other extranets through the common language of Internet protocols. This makes it invaluable to organizations involved in collaborative efforts and opens the door to greater creative opportunities. In the past, geography was a significant hindrance to collaborations, but this technology bridges the gap effortlessly and virtually cost-free. Advantages and disadvantages of extranet. The following are the advantages of the extranet. A. It helps to improve organization efficiency and output by automating procedures that were done manually in the past. B. Work is done quickly as compared to past manual systems. C. Extranets permit information to be analyzed at periods suitable for partners, suppliers, employees, and other stakeholders. D. Information can be modified, updated, and changed immediately on an extranet. All approved members thus have instant access to the most advanced information. E. Extranets can help in improving relationships with main or potential members by giving them correct, precise, and efficient information. The major disadvantages of the extranets are: A. Extranets can be expensive to implement and maintain within an organization, example the hardware, software, training costs, and if hosted internally rather than by an application service provider. B. Security of extranets can be a concern when hosting valuable information. Extranets provide an extremely convenient method for sharing information. Another benefit is that the extranet's content is always current. Printed material presents the risk that old, outdated information might be in circulation. Additionally, the information is always available right when you need it, rather than having to wait for an updated book or a returned call to confirm information. The intranet is the massive global system that connects networks around the world together. Additionally, the information is always available right when you need it, rather than of having to wait for an updated book or a returned phone call to confirm information. Now let's quickly summarize the whole lesson. The internet is a massive global system that connects computer networks around the world. Millions of private, public, academic, business and government networks worldwide connect with each other over the internet to share massive amounts of information, resources and services. Now, the intranet is an internal network. It is used by organizations to connect their computers on a network. Only the members of the organization with authorized access may log on and access the network and the data on the network. When we look at the extranet, on the other hand, it is an internal network that can be accessed externally. The extranet can be thought as an extension of the organization's intranet. Now that we're done with the chapter, let's try and answer a few questions. For instance, what is an internet, an extranet or an intranet? More precisely, compare the internet with the intranet and the extranet. Also, discuss the applications of the internet, intranet and extranet in libraries. Books for reference: Computer Networking Illuminated, Todd King and Diane Barrett, Viva Books, 2008. Computer Networks, Protocol Standards and Interfaces, Ulysses Black, PHI Learning Private Limited, 2010. Intranet for Library Services Retrieved, November 9, 2010. Computer Networking, a top-down approach featuring the Internet, James F. Kouros, Persons Education, Inc. Internet, Importance and Usage for Library and Information Professionals, Neena Singh, 2001. Intranet and Internet Applications for Libraries, Sehgal, 2000, ESS Publishing. With that, we wrap this session. Next time, we'll be back with more interesting information about library sciences.
Welcome to Interface program. We have today Dr. Anil Kakokar, who is a legendary luminary in the field of nuclear reactor design in India. He has been part of grand design of this Indian nuclear regime. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, will you be able to tell us, I know you are a mechanical engineer by profession, you started your career, how you got into the nuclear physics and nuclear reactor design?
Well, after I graduated in mechanical engineering, in those days engineers were in great demand, and industries used to come offering jobs rather than we having to go to industry. But all one could do in industry at that time was either to get into some industrial engineering kind of activity or some marketing activity, and several such things which were to my mind very repetitive in nature.
Okay.
And they were actually very repulsive for me. There was not much of a design, there was not much of developing new things. And so I felt I must get into a place where I will be able to do new things every day. And in Mumbai, where I was at that time, BARC was one such place. So I decided to join BARC training school.
Okay.
And BARC training school, of course, they teach nuclear engineering, nuclear sciences from a very broad perspective. And so that's where I got my first exposure to nuclear physics, or for that matter radiation physics and allied subjects, along with of course several advanced engineering subjects. And then I got into reactor engineering program, and development of nuclear reactor is it's a development of a complex system which has an interplay of neutron physics, radiation, structural engineering, thermal hydraulics, control theory, and so on and so forth. So I had to learn all these subjects. So that's how I got into this.
So how tough was, for example, because our existing scenario was not that good probably, because we can expect. So how tough was to develop new things for?
Well, it was tough. Surely it was tough, because doing things in India or doing new things in India is not so easy. At least at that time it was not so easy. But also it was an interesting challenge, and I think life became quite exciting
At that time, yeah.
as a result of that. So I enjoyed every moment of it.
Okay. As you were advocating this nuclear energy, peaceful use of nuclear energy throughout your career and even now, so what are, I mean, like after Chernobyl, for example, people find, I mean, more reasons to oppose, and after this Fukushima, now Japan and Germany is trying to shut down their facilities. So how do, on an Indian context, how do we see those things? I mean, like, are we easy to take such a decision that we won't do any more?
Well, let's look at it this way. First, I think let's look at situation in the context of Chernobyl and Fukushima, and then we will come to how countries decide their program, because different countries decide it differently. See, Chernobyl, the reactor Chernobyl 4, which got into this accident, was designed in a manner which nobody would design it today, and there are some ground rules for design. For example, today you cannot design a reactor without a hermetically sealed containment. Chernobyl had at best a confinement. It didn't have the so-called strong pressure withstanding hermetically sealed containment. Similarly, there are certain regimes in the operation of that reactor which were known to be unstable, and so obviously one has to have very rigid rules for operating the reactor under such. First of all, such unstable regions should not be there. But if they are there, there must be some very rigid rules for operation. In Chernobyl, actually, there are a lot of violations in terms of operating in that region. They wanted to conduct a particular test. So the short point is, even at the time when Chernobyl accident happened, that kind of reactors didn't exist anywhere else in other countries. Because the world as a whole, the design rules were made much more rigid, much earlier. Second thing is, let us look at the consequence of Chernobyl. Certainly there was actually a huge chemical reaction as a result of a sudden large energy release in the nuclear reactor, nuclear energy release, but which causes temperature to rise. That led to a reaction between graphite and steam, and that generated explosive gases which exploded, and that blew off the containment. And of course, significant activity was released in the atmosphere, and there was a large displacement necessary to protect people. Dousing of fire was a big problem, and so there are several firefighters who had to go very close even as this accident was taking place, that fire was taking place, and some people had to lose their lives, some people had to get excessive radiation exposure. But I'll come to displacement in a moment. But in terms of fatalities, I think around 60-65 people died as a result of Chernobyl accident. There is always a fear about radiation. Whenever you talk about radiation or nuclear accident or something, you suddenly get an image of Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Even media, when they will describe even a simple radiation event, they will describe like a mushroom cloud. So it's a fact is that in public mind those images are there, and so you tend to displace people much more than necessary, and that in turn causes a public trauma, because if you move let's say 1 lakh people, you are disturbing so many people. We know in other kind of disasters, cyclone, earthquake, when you have to move people to some shelters, it's a trauma. They want to return back to their homes. So Chernobyl did cause a very severe trauma. Now, nuclear industry has been always learning from experience. 3 Mile Island accident happened. Industry-wide there was discussion, some new standards came in. Following Chernobyl, again a whole organization came into existence, World Association of Nuclear Operators, essentially to make sure that the safety of the nuclear power plants worldwide would go up. And actually there are measurable evidence to say that the safety of nuclear reactors did go up. Then Fukushima happened. Now Fukushima, of course those reactors were old, but Fukushima happened primarily because there was a tsunami. And that tsunami killed maybe upwards of 20,000 people or maybe even more. The reactor got damaged because of tsunami, but as a result of reactor damage or as a result of radiation released because of that damage, not one person, there is no fatality. Fukushima related to reactor, there is no fatality. There is some exposure, but I think the assessment today is that you would hardly see any health consequence out of that radiation exposure. So the causative factor for Fukushima was completely different. Number one, a natural cause, way severe compared to the causative factor for Chernobyl. The damage or the consequences in Fukushima was much lower compared to Chernobyl. And even in Chernobyl, the consequences were actually much lower than what many people surmise to be. The health consequences arising out of Chernobyl have been reviewed. Immediately after an accident, immediately means some years after the accident, a medical team from all countries, international medical team, went around, studied. 10 years after, another team went and again studied. And the conclusion is that because large number of people were displaced and because their eating habits had to be altered, young children were not given milk, fearing that milk will contain radioactive iodine. Same thing, elderly people. So people were living in a different place than what they are used to living, and all this happens as a result of some kind of compulsion, fear. So there are actually psychosomatic effects, and those consequences have been identified to be bigger compared to radiation related consequences. So what I am trying to say is no justification of any accident, including Fukushima, but the effects that we see, the inadequate information or understanding seems to have caused larger damage than the actual consequence. Now, there is this, Germany, of course, Germany had taken a decision to phase out nuclear reactors much earlier than Fukushima. And in my view, those reasons are political. There was significant presence of Green Party or that kind of mindset, political mindset. And I think there are some conditions of coalition, and as a result of that, they passed.
It was more political than.
It was more political. They passed. The Parliament passed the resolution that no more nuclear. They will phase out all the reactors. But when the date of phase out approached, they actually felt that no, we should keep these reactors running for some more time, and they actually refurbished some reactors. And they were about to be restarted with the new kind of determination, and then Fukushima happened. So they actually, earlier they had a phase out decision, they had decided to stay on that decision or phase out that decision for time being, Because of Fukushima, they brought that back in. Germany is a country where, well, first of all, it's one of the advanced countries. Per capita energy use doesn't have to go up. And they have decided that they will pursue the renewable energy path, which is actually a welcome thing. And then of course that along with other energy forms, so they have some strategy for their energy mix. Japan shut down all the nuclear reactors immediately following Fukushima. Then they carried out a big review, the regulations changed. But Japan Parliament has actually decided to restart some of the reactors have been restarted already. And they have actually an official decision that nuclear energy will remain a part of their energy mix. So they are not phasing out nuclear. We see the images of nuclear energy that come to our mind is Hiroshima, Nagasaki. And Japan is the country which suffered that actually first hand.
Yeah.
But their energy situation is such that they have determined that nuclear has to remain a part of their mix. So the short point I am making is, first of all, if you really compare the risks of nuclear energy vis-a-vis any other energy production method, and you can get that in Google. Those numbers are available. Ask a question: fatality per unit of energy produced, and you look at all energy forms. You will find nuclear energy consequences are the least, even lower than solar, lower than wind. Now, this I think must be understood. India, we have a very large unmet energy demand.
Yes.
And as I was mentioning earlier on, the energy requirement, additional energy requirement of India is the largest compared to any other country in the world, including China. And so we have to decide ourselves from where we will make that energy, and not from where we will get that energy today, from where we will get that energy say 40-50 years from now, when the other several energy forms may be facing a lot of volatility in prices. And so it is in that context that nuclear energy is very important for India. And it's not as if there are countries where nuclear energy is growing very fast. China.
Yeah.
Between the time Fukushima happened and today, China has commissioned several new reactors. Korea, they are growing new power. Russia, even UK is now planning to add another additional nuclear capacity. So these are, I think, country specific decisions, and we should of course keep on improving the safety of nuclear reactors. For example, following Chernobyl, we also had our own reviews, and while we strengthen safety of existing reactor systems, we also designed advanced heavy water reactor, which is designed with one of the criteria there is to virtually eliminate consequences in public domain. So these advances can take place, and so I think we should look at these issues scientifically and come at our own solutions. And that's the short.
Yeah, the fear has to be thrown out.
Fear has to be, of course. First of all, people who know this subject, they must understand, and people who do not know, they must be informed.
Yeah.
Because that there is a fear in public mind is a fact, and so it must be addressed.
Yeah. So in the Indian scenario, what should be our strategy? Like, I mean, to what percentage increase should be there in the nuclear and other alternative energy sources over a period of time?
Yeah, see, the question is, today our energy, if you say electricity, is mostly based on coal. If you talk about energy, then it's based on, of course, crude and several products which come out of crude through processing in refinery, petrol, diesel, kerosene, naphtha, and so on and so on, gas. Now, this cannot continue indefinitely. First of all, we have the climate change issue. Secondly, these sources are not inexhaustible. They will get exhausted. And for example, oil prices. Today they are rock bottom, or they may come down even more. But there was a time when it had gone more than $100 a barrel. It can happen again. Maybe it will not happen in next few years, but it can happen again. And we all know how critically dependent our economy is on such. Now, indications are that next 15-20 years we will need to import energy in much larger quantities than what we are importing today. Our import bill may be several times. I think we may have to import 5 to 7 times more energy than what we are importing today, and the bill will be much higher because costs at that time may be much higher than what they are today. So, whether you look at it from greenhouse gas or climate threat point of view, or look at it from sustainability point of view, if you now look at what energy resources we can put our bet on, what energy resources will take us safely through future, and these are, anybody can do a simple back of envelope calculation because this data is all available. We will come to the conclusion that you have to take recourse to nuclear and solar, because these are the two large energy sources which can meet our energy requirements, which will be there in say 20, 30, 40 years from now. And so we must work towards expanding these resources. And now question is, why both, why not one? And that, see, you always require a mix. You can't put all eggs in the same basket. And particularly solar and nuclear, they are complementarities. Nuclear, you can operate 24/7. It's a base load generation. Solar, you can get only when sun shines. It is intermittent. A sudden cloud movement will dip. And so it is. It cannot meet the requirement of the base load generation. And if you want your grids to be stable, there is a minimum base load generation necessary in the grid. Otherwise, the grids won't be stable. On the other hand, for decentralized use, solar is ideal. So I think we need a good mix. And so I would see over a period of time, we would have conditions 50% solar, 50% nuclear. And that's what I would imagine.
Coming back to the nuclear explosions that we had, we always stated that, our reactions and the experiments were for the peaceful processes. So immediately it was followed with different kinds of sanctions. So how difficult was that immediately after sanctions, or with that sanctions, in developing newer technology in India?
Well, it of course was difficult because when you have restrictions to access technology, more than technology you can develop yourself, but some materials you require, and if you don't have, then there is always a challenge, because you have to work around different materials to achieve the same objective. So it was a challenge. There is no issue about that. But I think, and that after you conduct the PNE experiment of 74 or the nuclear tests of 1998, that there will be more sanctions was known. So it's not as if it was unexpected. Look at it the other way. We have to use our technology in our interest. in 71, I don't want to get into the political part of it, but seeing purely in objective technological terms, I think India had never any intention of developing nuclear weapons. Although everybody knew that there could be a need one day, so that option was always kept open. There was an option kept open, but not to really move in that way. That was the mindset. It was so whenever it came to conditions where the options are likely to be closed, we stayed away. We didn't sign NPT, and several things that followed. But not that we went ahead and developed, because there was a date after which those who had done the test before this were weapons.
Yeah.
If that mindset was existed, I think that could have happened at that time. But and it was expressed also that we have that capability, but it was not done. So, I always call India as a reluctant nuclear weapon state. It became necessary because it was clear that to protect our security, only we have to do something. Nobody else is going to help us. And we have gone through several stages where we have seen that security becomes vulnerable. So I think there was a time when it became necessary that we should exercise that option. But having said that, I would also say nuclear weapons are weapons of deterrence.
They are not designed for attacking first.
So weapons of deterrence are actually weapons of peace, because we want deterrence to hold. The problem will arise when deterrence fails. Then you have to. So I think it was a necessary thing for us to do. After that, of course, there were a lot of restrictions. The sanctions became tighter. But our development went on. World realized that you cannot stop India by putting restrictions like this. And so after some time we had this condition. People also want to interact with us. They knew that India is technologically becoming better and better. In fact, there is a testimony in US Congress, one of the committees of US Congress, where it was said that there are some aspects in fast reactor program of India where US can learn from India. So again, I'll not go into the politics of it, but the net result was that the embargo was dismantled, NSG restrictions were removed, and India started getting access to technologies. Now see what has happened. 47 we got political independence, right? We had serious economic crisis around 90s, early 90s. And then you had this new economic reforms. And countries' economy started moving forward from that point. And there may be ups and downs, but the economy is still moving forward. So you can categorize that as economic liberation of the country in some way. Similarly, post 2005-2006, when India entered into international civil nuclear cooperation, and the technology control went away. Now we have our self-reliant program, domestic program. We'll carry on, no restrictions. We are not compromised that. But we can now access nuclear technology. Defense can access defense technology. Kind of computers which were in market. Earlier only low-end computers were in the market. High-end computers were never coming to India. Today they are coming. So I think we are now in an era of technological liberation. So you imagine that if this was not done, do you think this would have happened? No way. So I think and technological liberation is so important for competitive progress of the country. And that happens only when you develop technology, you become technologically strong, and make sure that the world has to recognize that. So that is what has happened.
And what is future in our fusion technologies?
Well, the fusion, see there is, fusion energy program in India is actually going on for last, I think several decades. The Institute of Plasma Research at Gandhinagar has been spearheading this effort, but there are other labs where fusion work is happening. As a result of, they started with an Aditya tokamak, and now they have the SST1 superconducting steady state tokamak, which is actually a very important development in fusion technology. So world community, the countries which are advanced in fusion technology, they recognize that India is an important player in this technology. So we were invited and we became members on that ITER project, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. And we are, there are other countries which are also there. Now together the plan is to build this facility, which the construction is currently going on, and a very large section, about 1/9 of that reactor components would be actually built in India. And obviously this runs into a few thousand crores. So all these equipment are being done in Indian industry. So our industry is able to learn future technology today. And also the technology is transparent to us, not just the system that we do, but also other systems. So I think it's a way for us to leapfrog in this technology. However, for fusion technology to actually produce electricity and provide to people, it may take quite some time. But I think it's important because that's the ultimate source of energy as per the present day perspective.
So I have read similarly the technology that we use, thorium based technology, it is not, India is far ahead compared to other states. So is there any possibility of our interaction with others in developing this further to use, or are we, in a position to completely
No, we will do this ourselves. Not that we don't want to interact, but I think, we already have a small reactor operating at Kalpakam, which runs on uranium-233, which is derived from thorium. We also completed the development and design of a 300 megawatt thorium power plant. I mentioned to you about this advanced heavy water reactor, which was designed with an objective of virtually no impact in public domain, because it was designed after Chernobyl, so we have to address that issue. But another objective of that reactor is to produce a large part of energy out of thorium. This design is actually ready. Development is almost complete, and I hope that we will start construction pretty soon. Now we are clearly most advanced in this technology in the world, and we have the capability to build this whole system on our own. But I also believe that we have to do this because we are very short in uranium, and so eventually we have to change over to thorium. That's what our 3-stage nuclear power program is aimed at. And we could do that in sequence. First uranium reactors, then fast breeder reactors, and finally thorium reactors. So large scale deployment of thorium, there is time. We have to build fast reactor capacity and then do that. But as a technology demonstrator, AHWR, I think the construction should start pretty soon. The world as a whole also if not today, tomorrow they will also feel that same need, because the only thing is their need will come much later than ours. So we should interact, and certainly we could become a major technology provider to the world in the context of thorium. So I think interaction we must, but not that we are dependent on that interaction.
For the younger generation, what are the opportunities to getting into this nuclear field and the business of doing more and more, I mean, empowering the nation through nuclear reactions?
Well, I think there are plenty of opportunities. We have in the Department of Atomic Energy a system of training school. There is a training school at BARC, and then there are branches of BARC training school at different places. For example, at Kalpakam, at Hyderabad, at Narwa Prahar, at Indore, several places. And each place in BARC maybe around 100 trainees, both scientists and engineers, are taken into this orientation program. Other places 30, 40, 50, like that. NPCIL, which is the company which kind of designs, constructs, operates nuclear reactor, they run their own school. So I think there is a large intake that takes place in different atomic energy programs in the country. So that represents one opportunity. Then there are large programs for future development, because as I told you, it's a research program. Following that, you have to develop technologies, and then following that, you have to deploy. So we are, certain technologies are in deployment phase, certain technologies are in technology development phase, and certain things are in the domain of research. So we require people of all capabilities, physics, chemistry, even biology, engineering, almost all streams of engineering. And there is a large scope in this entire program. And I think today there is enough dynamism in the human resource development program. There is also this Homi Bhabha National Institute, where a lot of people do research at PhD level, and there one of the major thrusts is to do PhD on the interface of a new research, new scientific research, and its translation to technology product. In India this capability is very little, and countries which are technologically very advanced, they have very strong capability. They bring out technologies which are based on latest in research, and we need to develop that capability, and HBNI has that as the main thrust. So it's, as I said, it's a very kind of active system for human resource development, and plus I think through Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences there are linkages, research linkages with universities, and board's activities today are much bigger than what they were earlier. So I think there are opportunities.
Thank you, Dr. Emmrc Kakolkar, for your kind time spent with us. I really enjoyed it. I hope you also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to the session on School as an Agency of Education. School as a medium for education. School is treated as the most suitable, active and formal agency of education. The word school has been derived from the Greek word skol, that means leisure. It was introduced as a concept in ancient Greece to utilize leisure time in a systematic way. But now this concept has changed to a prime time activity. Now it is an essential investment field on which the entire future of an individual depends. Formal school has emerged out of the demand for education. It provides a structured education and promotes a child's mental and psychological growth. Apart from academics, a child will also learn other important life skills such as teamwork, good manners, unity, sharing and responsibility. By allowing children to learn in a school setting while they are young, they can be molded into good, responsible and hardworking individuals. The role of school in child development begins as early as preschool and continues through a child's life. The role of school in child development. Some consider parents to be a child's first teacher, while teachers are their second parents. When kids begin their preschool or kindergarten education, children are in a way handed over to trained teachers and are ideally nourished and bestowed with support and good teaching by these professionals. Early education in school is the key in creating the right environment for a child's educational success. Children will learn habits and patterns that they retain in later years, and if teachers and parents can establish positive learning skills and social interaction skills early on, children will have the right tools to help them achieve success in the future. School also provides a structured setting where children can learn about rules and regulations, as well as where they can learn how to behave positively in group sittings. How school affects a child's development. Academic potential. Ideally, the school's role is to bring each student to his or her maximum academic potential. While its effectiveness may vary from school to school, it's not enough to teach the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s and leave the rest for the child to learn. A significant amount of schoolwork throughout the grades is dedicated to help children become expert problem solvers and solution seekers. Social skills. Development of social skills is another important function of school. The school plays an important role in helping children learn to interact positively with their peers and teachers. They learn about healthy relationship skills and develop them further through interactions, both in the classroom and on playground. The emotional and social maturity of a child provides the important underpinnings for child development in all other areas. Children spend a large part of their day at school, and it's vital that a school's curriculum is designed to help its students from solid social relationships and friendships. Character building and self-concept. Character building is not an alternative to academic achievement, but rather an essential adjunct of it. Just as the school provides lessons on reading, writing and arithmetic, from the very beginning it also focuses on helping kids learn about compassion, respect, empathy and integrity. At first, it begins with basic lessons like raise your hand to speak and keep your hands to yourself. Later, it develops into argumentative debates about moral and social issues. By the time a child covers high school, he should have a fairly firm grasp on his own beliefs, values and how he views himself. If he feels that he is an inept communicator, it is unlikely he will pursue a career in law or public speaking. It is this understanding of who he is and what he values that will help determine his academic, professional and personal pursuits. Objectives and functions of school. A school has various responsibilities towards the students, the society and therefore the nation. The main objectives that a school focuses on from different points of view are objectives of a school towards the individual, which includes problem solving skills, By studying subjects like mathematics, physics and chemistry, students develop an aptitude for solving intellectual problems. They develop their reasoning skills and critical thinking. These skills enable a student to resolve other problems, be it in academics or in life, and think clearly about them and find the right solutions. Linguistic ability and numerical ability. Certain subjects like language and mathematics are necessary throughout life. A basic grasp of language is indispensable in getting through life. The school not only enables a person to read, write and speak more than one language, but also teaches him or her essential communication skills. In addition to language, school also teaches mathematics, which also forms an essential part of day-to-day life. Broadening horizons. The school can introduce a child to a multitude of opportunities. Field trips and interactive projects let a child to try out new things. While each different subject in school gives her a taste of what could await him or her in the future, all the experiences develop a child's interest, build self-esteem and shape the goal of her later academic and professional life. Improve communication skills, social skills and teamwork. In a classroom environment and by doing work in groups, a person learns how to effectively communicate with his peers and to interact with individuals as well as groups. Group assignments and activities promote team spirit and mutual respect. Develop a work ethic. A continuous system of learning ensures that a student must be meticulous in his or her schoolwork. Sufficient effort has to be put up for daily studying, homework, assignments, project and for examinations. This teaches a student to work hard and on a systematic basis. Teach time management. There are multitudes of activities a student can engage in school, and there are also a multitude of subjects a student has to study. Due to this, a student learns to prioritize his tasks and through trial and error understands the amount of time that has to be spent on an activity. This teaches a student the valuable virtue of time management. Inculcate persistence, inquisitiveness. Through the vast nature of the curriculum, a student is exposed to a wide range of subjects. This causes him or her to think in different ways, and naturally doubts arise as a part of the process. So, a student becomes inquisitive and either seeks help from his teachers or learns to find out the answers to his or her questions on his or her own. Objectives of school towards society and nation. Inculcation of civic and social responsibility is the first objective of school towards society and nation. School can be considered as an extended family, and a child learns his duties towards his family, his school and towards society in general. As he or she is a part of a community, he or she learns that through collective effort. Also, through activities like social awareness campaigns, fundraisers and traffic management, a student can contribute to the society in his or her own small way. Training for leadership. The leadership quality of the individual is developed when she or he participates in all spheres of activities available in school. Situation arises where she or he has to take charge and direct the group she or he is involved in. Through such situations, a person is able to recognize and improve his or her leadership qualities. National integration. We are living in a country which is diverse in respect of color, caste, language, social status and lifestyle. A school is the first place that a child begins to understand this diversity by interacting with children from different social strata, each with their own language, values and mannerisms. Education trains people for a world with a unity while keeping the beauty of diversity. Therefore, school as an agency for education is an essential part of the life of a child. It plays an important part in the betterment of the society as well as the nation. Structure of school, curricular learning. School offers a structured form of learning. A student undergoes education usually within a classroom and sometimes outside of it for a specific number of hours. Most schools have a time duration of 6 to 7 hours, with each subject allocated a specific duration called a period. The duration of a period may vary from 30 minutes to 1 hour depending on the school and the subject. There are also long and short breaks between the periods for allowing the students to cool off. Curriculum refers to all the courses of study offered by an education institution. A major part of it is formed by the languages, mathematics, science and social sciences. There are also other parts to the curriculum like physical education, work experience, library, etc. Majority of the school hours are dedicated to curriculum education. The subjects taught depend on the curriculum and the grade of the student. The most common of these are language. 1 or 2 languages are taught depending on the grade of the student. Usually, English and a national or regional language are taught. The purpose behind teaching language is that students are able to communicate and express themselves through speech and also writing in an effective manner. Science. Learning of science initially comprises of a general introduction to science and scientific practices. It contains knowledge from physics, chemistry, biology, environmental studies, etc. In later grades, each part of science is given further attention and streams like physics, chemistry and biology forms individual subjects. Mathematics. Mathematics is a subject that is taught in every class right from kindergarten, where a child learns to count, to its more specific branches like geometry, trigonometry and algebra. In higher classes, more advanced mathematics comprising of calculus, statistics, number theory, probability, etc. may be taught depending on the curriculum and the need of other subjects like physics. Social science. Social science is an important part of the school curriculum as it makes a student aware of his rights, responsibilities and duties. It inculcates within him a sense of nationality and also an understanding of the world in general. Geography gives a student an idea about the different countries of the world and also different parts of his or her own country. She or he learns about the features of a location such as climate, population, density, soil type, rivers flowing within a region, rainfall and much more. History makes a student aware of the heritage of his or her nation and the civilizations that existed before his or her time. It gives him or her an idea on the origin and diversity of other countries. It also gives a student an idea about the wars that have been fought in the past and their consequences. Civics and environmental studies make a student aware of his or her responsibilities towards the society and the environment. It gives him or her an insight into the constitution of a nation, his or her rights and duties towards the country as a citizen. She or he also learns about the various forms and the functions of the government. Work experience. Students undergo training in vocational skills like gardening, soldering and crafts through work experience. Although it is not given as much time as the major subjects, it forms an important part of the curriculum. In work experience, a student learns through hands-on experience rather than theoretical knowledge. Physical education. Physical education also has a specific number of hours dedicated to it each week. This ensures that a student is healthy physically and fit, as a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. Sports like football, cricket, basketball, badminton and a number of other sports are taught and played as a part of physical education. Hidden curriculum. Additionally, social attitudes and habits are taught that produce people who fit into the social, political and economic statuses in a society. These lessons that prepare individuals to accept the requirements and expectations of adult life are what sociologists call the hidden curriculum. For example, in addition to teamwork and competition, students quickly learn that society seeks out for the best individual whether that person has the best score on a test or the best performance at a spelling bee. Even collaborative activities focus on a leader, and team sports single out the one most valuable player. So, the hidden curriculum in this case involves the promotion of expertise in an individual. Co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Co-curricular activities are those activities which have indirect reference to actual instructional work that goes on in the classroom. These activities are performed within school hours. They are not directly a part of the curriculum and are to be performed by all students and under the guidance of teachers. Different co-curricular activities for schools. Physical activities. Activities like games, mass drill, cycling, gardening, etc. are organized at school. These activities can help in physical development. Literary activities. Activities like telling stories, writing, singing community songs, performing a play, etc. are organized as part of co-curricular activities. School assembly. All the students in a school get a chance to meet once a day together. The school programs are announced by the teacher in school assembly. Social service. Different service activities like cleaning school, watering plants, cleaning roads, and helping the poor people at their need inculcate a helping mentality within a student. Festivals and observances. The school observes different festivals like Independence Day, Republic Day, Children's Day, Teachers' Day, etc. These activities develop the leadership qualities of students. The children learn teamwork, social work, and sacrificing individual interest for peer group or society through co-curricular activities. An extracurricular activity is defined as a program or out-of-class activity supervised and or financed by the school, which provides non-curriculum related learning and character building experience. Extracurricular activities are voluntary, not part of the regular school curriculum, and are not graded and do not earn credits, but it gives a chance to the student to bring out his or her hidden skills and talents. Different extracurricular activities. Clubs. Students can be a part of different clubs like music club, debate club, environment club, karate club, and a variety of other clubs. Such activities offer students an opportunity to learn a skill that is not in the curriculum in which they have an interest. It helps a student diversify her or his interests and also form hobbies and friendships. Also, students can eventually join the school team and represent the school in competitions. Adventure camps. Through adventure camps and activities like scouts and guides, interested students are exposed to a number of outdoor activities like trekking, parasailing, and camping. These activities offer students a new experience and an opportunity to meet new people with similar interests. Excursions. By going on excursions, students are able to visit many places of historical or scientific importance. They could also visit places known for their scenic beauty. Such activities can satiate a student's desire for travel and seeing new things. Benefits of co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Schools provide a plethora of extracurricular activities. Some occur before school, some after school, and a few may even take place during the weekends. While some parents are a bit dubious about their children participating in extracurricular activities, these activities actually bring with the students many benefits. Allowing a child to get involved in extracurricular activities at school is a wise choice, and it can be very important in helping them to develop many working skills. Some of the benefits of extracurricular and co-curricular activities are learning new things. Being involved in extra and co-curricular activities affords a student the opportunity to learn new things and attain new skills. A student can learn how to sing, play an instrument, playing a sport, to paint, and many more things through extracurricular activities. Learning time management and prioritizing. One great benefit of a child being involved in extracurricular activities is that they will learn about time management and prioritizing things in their life. Getting involved in diverse interests. Getting involved in extracurricular activities also allows students to get involved in diverse interests. These activities allow them to explore and improve in various interests that they may have. Learning about long-term commitments. Students learn about long-term commitments when they are involved in extracurricular activities. When they join in one of the activities or clubs, they commit themselves to that activity for a stipulated period of time. Learning to take on commitments is important in adult life too, and extracurricular activities teach a child this important lesson. Making a contribution. Extracurricular activities provide choice for a child to make his or her own contribution in some way. This is important in their growth as a person. Raises self-esteem. Involving in extracurricular activities helps a child to enhance his or her self-esteem. Everyone wants to find something that they are really good at, and extracurricular activities provide them with a way that they can get involved in something and really shine, giving their self-esteem a boost. Learning to develop perspectives. Extracurricular activities provide an additional space for a student to initiate and develop his or her own perspectives on the activities and the related rules that they involve. Let me summarize the topic. In this unit, we have looked at the role of school as an agency of education. School forms the most established and structured form of education, and it is responsible for the development of a child intellectually, socially, and aids in the character development process. We have discussed the primary objectives and functions of school and its responsibilities to the individual, the society, and the nation. We have also identified the different forms of learning offered in school and discussed the main features and objectives of curricular education. Furthermore, we have also identified the differences between extracurricular and co-curricular activities and discussed their benefits. Through this unit, we have seen the importance of school in the education of an individual and its contribution to the betterment of the society and ultimately the development of the nation. Now you can try to answer the questions listed here. How does a school affect the development of a child? What are the main objectives of the school towards an individual? What is curricular education? What is hidden curriculum? What are the differences between extracurricular and co-curricular activities? Now you can refer the books for further understanding. History of Education in India by Sharma R.N. and Sharma R.K., published by Atlantic Publishers, New Delhi in the year 2004. Sociology of Education by Chandra S.S. and Rajendra Kumar Sharma, published by Atlantic Publishers, New Delhi in the year 2004. Education in India by Rao R.K., published by Kalpas Publication, New Delhi in the year 2005. Thank you for watching this program. Hope that you have enjoyed this session. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day. Hello and welcome to the session on factors influencing media selection for teaching or instruction. In this age of technology, we cannot keep it away from education. The net savvy students of the age are so used to learning through smartphones and other new media platforms that mere classroom teaching is not enough. In order to improve the instruction, teachers and more school authorities started embracing new types of media. Along with existing practices of teaching and instruction, media get an important role in instruction these days. In this unit, we will discuss the factors that influence the selection of the media. In other words, we will discuss in detail the guiding principles of media selection in instruction. We will be discussing the following factors that influence the media selection for instruction in detail: task factors, learner factor, instructional management factor, economic factor, technical factor, administrative factor, and validation of instructional materials. Why we need media for learning? Before we get into details of the principles of media selection, let us understand why we need audiovisual aids or such media for learning and teaching. As we have already seen, we know that the world around us is changing in terms of communication, in terms of the availability of knowledge, etc. We are living in a world that makes anytime, anywhere learning possible. The rapid changes happening in our life will get reflected in classrooms as well. Even before the advent of technology, teachers have always tried other devices than textbooks and a chalkboard to explain and demonstrate complicated concepts and ideas. Cave paintings, cuneiform writings, and paper can be instances of such efforts. Then mass media like radio, television, and video, etc. came into the classroom. Later, with the emergence of new media, classroom teaching got revolutionized, offering a lot more options to choose for teachers. To cater to a group of students who spent countless hours in social media, digital gaming, and simulations, teachers have to carefully choose the medium of instruction. The process is not simple anymore. Before selecting a media, the instructor has to take many factors into account. All media might not be suitable for teaching and learning. So, when choosing a medium, the teacher needs to make sure that students are familiar with the medium and it is competent enough to fulfill the objective of learning. From this overview of media in instruction, let us discuss the factors that influence the selection of media. There are a number of factors that influence the selection of media for instruction. In this module, we will discuss task factors and learner factors. What are the learner factors of media selection? When choosing a media for instruction, it is important to understand the characteristics of the learners you are choosing it for. A media can be effective for different learners in different ways. So, it is important to identify a media that best suited for the group of learners who are the target audience of a particular lesson. A teacher needs to make sure that the media chosen is suitable for the learner's affective and cognitive development. Following are a few characteristics of learners which instructors need to take into account while choosing a media. Reading ability of a learner needs to be taken into account while choosing a media model. In the book Thoughts on Principles of Instructional Design by Gagne, Briggs and Wagner in 1992, the authors suggest that a picture facilitates learning in poor readers. They also suggest that students who do not have much reading skills can benefit a lot from spoken words. Thus, when choosing a media for learning, it is advised to consider the reading abilities of the learners. When choosing a medium for instruction, the teacher has to keep in mind the interest of the learner. The aptitude and interest of a learner contribute towards the success of an instructional program. We cannot avoid the age factor when it comes to choosing a media for teaching and learning process. Learners of different age groups will have different tastes, aptitudes and attitudes. For older or more experienced learners, a teacher may have to choose a media strategy which enables them manage some instructions by themselves. Younger age learners normally prefer fewer external devices. Edgar Dale's theory of cone of experience can be used as a tool to identify a proper instructional media for a particular age group. According to Dale's cone of experience, to obtain cognitive objectives, abstract media can be used with experienced learners and more concrete media can be used with inexperienced younger learners. Dale lists 12 categories of media and experiences in an ordered hierarchy. Next, when choosing a media for teaching and learning programs, a teacher needs to respect the individual differences of a student. Every student is a unique individual and has unique cognitive and affective development. Students differ greatly in their capabilities, skills, social maturity, learning pace, motivation, aspiration and potential in a learning process. Based on the individual differences, the subject content should be divided into different categories to suit the needs and capabilities of each student. The teacher cannot assume that each student will assimilate and process the information in the same way. Students can be divided into groups and content can be also divided based on the availability of media and nature of the group of learners. Physical disabilities of the learner can also affect learning. When choosing a medium of instruction for students who have disabilities such as poor vision, hearing, color blindness and dyslexia, a teacher needs to ensure that the media cover these limitations. In some cases, the disabilities can be temporary or might not be recognizable. It is better to have an individual-centered approach when choosing a learning medium for learners with disabilities. The right medium can enhance the learning environment. We have already seen that a learner is the backbone of any instructional program. If the instructional program has to be successful, appropriate media suitable for learners' capabilities should be selected. The size of the learners group is another factor that determines the media of instruction. A documentary or educational film can be used to address a large group and individualized instructional media or interactive media can be suitable for small groups. You have understood the learner factors of media selection. Now let us discuss the task factors of media selection. The objective of a lesson or the desired outcome of a lesson can influence the selection of media. The task factors include objective of the content, content variables, learning outcomes, learner capability, size of group, availability of time and use of space. We will analyze each one of these factors in detail. Objectives of the content. The objectives of the content can be defined as the expected outcome of the lessons or the skills and knowledge students are supposed to acquire at the end of each lesson. If the instructor chooses the best possible medium for instruction, attaining the objectives will not be a Herculean task. The objectives have to be defined and decided well in advance. The objectives can be cognitive objectives, affective objectives or psychomotor objectives. Before choosing a medium, a teacher needs to take into consideration the nature of the content variable. An instructor has to determine whether she or he needs informational media or instructional media. In instructional media, interaction is prominent unlike the informational media of instruction. Learning outcomes. It is a continuation of the objectives. Based on the desired learning outcome, a teacher has to choose the right kind of media that provides the right kind of stimuli and environment for achieving the goals envisioned by an instructor. The availability of time should be also taken into account while choosing a media. A TV program that lasts for an hour might not be ideal for a period that lasts for 35 minutes or 45 minutes. The overall time required to facilitate learning using the media should be also taken into consideration when selecting a media. Use of space is another major concern when it comes to choosing a media. The physical environment ideal for one media might not be suitable for another one. Media selection must be done keeping in mind the availability of space and requirement. What are the instructional management factors and economic factors of media selection? In this module, the nature of the characteristics of each factor is dealt with. Let us begin with the instructional management factor. The nature of instructional design and how teachers intend to manage the media will determine the appropriate media mix for effective learning process. The following are the features of instructional management factor. Expository approach. In expository approach, a teacher chooses to impart knowledge, concepts, ideas, etc. through a formal presentation. The use of film strips, maps, motion pictures, etc. are examples. The main objective of this approach is to impart information to the students. Inquiry approach. Inquiry approach is learner-centered. The approach is a part of the discovery learning movement of 1960. The educational theories of John Dewey, Jean Piaget and Jerome Bruner gave a right direction to inquiry-based learning in the late 20th century. It is more interactive and encourages students to search for more information at their own pace with the guidance of a teacher. An interactive media such as e-learning platforms are ideal for inquiry approach. The instructional design strategy also will determine a suitable media for instruction. The degree of control applied by a teacher on a medium can help determine a teaching medium. A teacher might not have control over educational broadcast while she or he can control the presentation on a board. Use of media taxonomy. Teachers can choose a media based on media classification taxonomy. Teacher can suggest the right mix or the right media for each task. Shall we move to discuss the economic factors of media selection? When choosing a media for instruction, one needs to take into account factors such as cost, availability, time and resources. Let us discuss the economic factors in detail. Cost effectiveness of a medium should be kept in mind when choosing one. The cost of media should be in line with the expected learning outcome. In order to ensure that a cost-effective media can be selected, the teacher can follow certain procedures. Define learning objectives. Prepare a list of the media that help attain the prescribed learning objectives. Prepare a list of cost-effective media that will help achieve the results. Then shortlist a few media based on their cost-effectiveness and instructional effect and choose the best one from the shortlisted media. Availability. If the media chosen is available in the locality, the effort will be less. Time. A teacher has to prioritize and plans the learning process in an effective manner, keeping in mind the available time. One needs to consider the availability of resources and budget when choosing a media for instruction. In the rural areas, the availability of technical support and access to instructional media can be very limited. Selecting of cost-effective and locally available media is very important to achieve the instructional goals. Practicality. A teacher also needs to ensure that the media is ideal for the teaching environment and must take precautions to deal with blockouts and other such critical situations. Technical and administrative factors must be also taken into consideration when choosing a media for instruction. Technical factors of media selection is very important in order to achieve effectiveness in media supported learning. A media with technical quality might not be able to bring the desired effect on learners. For instance, an education film with poor quality audio can ruin the purpose. Learners will lose interest and cannot provide proper understanding. If the project is not good, the film will not be watchable. The low quality visuals will fail to communicate the idea properly to the students. Thus, it is imperative for a teacher to have basic understanding of the function of the media she or he choose for instruction. A lack of understanding of the basic function can be a hindrance to the learning activity. When converting lesson content from one medium to another, make sure that it is feasible and the essence of the content is not lost. Enough attention should be also given to the arrangement of infrastructure, size of the room, arrangement of equipment, etc. Creating a favorable environment is important for the success of media assisted learning. For instance, if the learning is conducted in a large hall, the speaker sound system should be good enough to make the program audible to everyone in the hall. Administrative aspect of media selection is equally important as technical aspect. Administrative factor of media selection includes organization of group, allocation of space and allocation of time. Organization of group. We have already seen that the size of the group can determine media selection. In order to get the best of supported learning, dividing students to group of appropriate size is very important. If the media is for single student, make sure that the chosen media is interactive enough. If the group is small, a teacher need to make sure that the media selected is good enough to attain the learning outcome. If the lesson plan includes watching an educational video, it is better to organize the learners into a large group. This way, maximum utilization of the media can be achieved. Allocation of space. We know that use of available space is an important factor to consider when choosing a media. From an administrative perspective, making use of the available space is very important. There is no point in allocating a large auditorium for media supported learning activity that involves a small group of people. The infrastructural facilities of an educational institution are to be considered before making the selection of the media. A well planned, coordinated learning supported by media is essential to ensure that the desired outcome of the instruction is achieved. There should be specialized media persons who can provide needed expertise to conduct a media assisted learning program. The media center should also have necessary facilities and equipments such as computers, LCD projectors, wall screen and audio speakers to conduct the instructional program. What do you know about validation of instructional materials? It is an important factor that decides the success of instruction. It is essential to ensure that the desired learning outcomes are achieved without much hassle. Choosing poor quality instructional materials can be an obstacle in achieving the objectives. Validation means inspection of the materials used for instruction by an expert. The subject matter expert will examine the quality of the materials and content, while an instructional designer will make sure the quality of the media and whether the treatment given is pedagogically correct. Validation of instructional materials takes place at two levels. The first level happens at the stage of lesson planning in the form of choosing the right material for instruction. The second level is about evaluating and correcting the prepared material before testing them on learner groups. We need to keep all the above mentioned factors in order to ensure that the media chosen for an instructional purpose is good enough to attain the stipulated outcome of a lesson. An educational goal is met only when students benefit from the strategies. Any learning program should ensure cognitive, affective and psychomotor development of a learner. Let us summarize the session. In this unit, we have discussed some of the major factors that influence media selection for instruction. Some of the factors discussed include task factors, learner factors, instructional management factors, economic factors, technical factors and administrative factors. The main elements in the task are objective of the content, content variables, learning outcomes, organization of groups and utilization of the time and the use of space in which the media is used. Learner factors include objectives, age, size of group, physical disabilities, etc. Inquiry and expository approaches are discussed under institutional management factor. We have also seen that the instructor should have technical expertise and the medium should be also technically fit to conduct a learning program. Administrative factors such as resource and use of space can also play a big part in selecting the right media for instruction. Cost and time are other major factors that influence the choice of media. We have also discussed the need for validation of instructional materials. We have learned that the validation process takes place at two levels. The first level happens at the stage of lesson planning, and the second level is about evaluating and correcting the prepared material before testing them on learners. Now you can try to answer the following questions. What are the task factors of media selection? What is validation of instructional materials? What is administrative aspect of media selection? How technical factors of media selection affect learning outcome? Now you may go through the reference books for further reading. Teaching Nursing, a guide for faculty, written by Billings DM and Halstead JA and published by Elsewhere Health Sciences, United States of America in the year 2013. Handbook of Procedures for the Design of Instruction, written by Briggs LJ and Wager WW and published by Education Technology, New Jersey in 1981. Teaching in the Knowledge Society, written by Catelli A and published by Idea Group, United States 2006. Instructional Models in Computer-Based Learning Environments, written by Diskra S, Kramer HPM and Marinbor JJG and published by Springer Science and Business Media, New York in the year 1992. Media Options for Teachers, written by Kumar V and published by Atlantic Publishers and Distributors, New Delhi in the year 1998. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.
Welcome to the fourth unit of the Panchakarma series. The past 3 episodes dealt with the Purva Karma procedures of Snehana and Swedana. The Sneha substances used in these procedures soak the vitiated dosha, the disease causing impurities, and direct them to the koshta for expulsion from the body. The expulsion of morbid matters is carried out through the 5 therapeutic procedures of Panchakarma, namely Vamana, Virechana, Vasti, Nasya and Raktamoksha. In this episode, we will focus on Vamana procedures.
Vamana, the emetic therapy, is the process by which the excess and vitiated dosha are removed from the upper part of the body by induced vomiting. It is considered to be the best procedure to eliminate the vitiated kapha. In addition, it also expels to a certain extent the aggravated pitta and vata.
In the Vamana process, vomiting is induced by employing certain drugs known as Vamana Dravya. The Vamana drugs have certain qualities that induce vomiting. The qualities are Ushna, that is hot nature, Tikshna, that is sharp, Sukshma, that is minute, Vyavahi, capable of spreading fast, Vikashi, capable of causing looseness of joints, Urdhva Bhagahara, that is having the tendency to move upward.
Some of the important Vamana Dravya identified in the classical Ayurvedic text Ashtanga Hridaya are Madana, Madhuka, Lamba, Nimba, Bimbi, Vishala, Trapusa, Kudaja, Murva, Devadali, Vidanga, Vidula, Chitraga, Koshavadi, Karanja, Pitpali, Lavana, Vacha, Ela and Sarshapa.
In addition to these Vamana Dravya, there are certain other adjuvant drugs which can be used in the vomiting process. These are called Vamanopaga Dravya. Some of the Vamanopaga Dravya prescribed by Acharya Charaga are Madhu, that is honey, Madhuka, Kovidara, Karbudara or Shweta Kanchanara, Nipa or Kadamba, Vidula, Shankhapushpi, Sadapushpi or Arka, Pratik Pushpi or Apamarga. Among all the drugs explained here, the fruit of Madana, that is Madana Phala, is the most important and widely used drug in Vamana Karma because it has the best action without any complications. To prepare the Vamana drug from Madana Bhala, it is subjected to a process of purification.
For preparation of Vamana medicine, Madana Bhala, collected between spring and summer, are used. The collected fruits are covered in kusha leaves. Cow dung is smeared on these leaf-covered fruits and preserved in black gram powder or paddy for 8 days and then dried. This process softens the fruits. The processed Madana Phala are broken to obtain their seeds called Madana Phala Pippali. The Madana Phala Pippali is immersed in ghee, curd and honey respectively. It has to be dried each time. The powder of the processed medicine is used in Vamana therapy.
In Kalpasthana, a section of the classical Ayurvedic text Charaka Samhita, a variety of Vamana drugs have been explained. These include herbs like Jimutaga, Dhamargava and Devadali, and medicinal formulations like Payasa, that is pudding, Kwadha, that is decoction, Churna, that is powder, and Kalka, that is medicinal paste, which are capable of inducing Vamana. Let us now learn the indications of Vamana. Vamana is indicated in the following conditions: Navajvara, that is acute fever, Atisara, that is diarrhea, Adhoga Rektavikta, that is anal and urethrovaginal hemorrhages, Rajayakshma, that is tuberculosis, Kushta, that is skin diseases, Prameha, that is diabetes, Shlipada, filariasis, Unmada, insanity, Kasa, cough, Shwasa, asthma, Avipaga, indigestion, Visha, poisoning, Aruchi, anorexia, Shobha, edema or inflammation, Pandu, that is anemia, Kabha disorders, and Urdhvanga Vyadhi, that is the diseases of the upper part of the body. Vamana should not be carried out on certain patients. These contraindications of Vamana are Garbhini, that is pregnant woman, Ruksha, that is patients with dry nature, Kshudita, that is hungry, Nityadukhi, that is patients with prolonged depression, Bala, children, Vruddha, aged, Krisha, emaciated patients, Sthula, obese patients, Hridrogi, cardiac patients, Kshadi, patients with chest injury, Durbala, weak patients, Prasakta Vamadhu, that is patients with excessive vomiting tendency, Pliha Roga, that is diseases of the spleen, Timira, that is cataract, and Krimikoshta, that is helminthiasis. Let us now examine in detail the Vamana Karma procedure, which is broadly divided into 3 stages, namely Purva Karma, that is preparatory procedures, Pradhana Karma, that is the main procedures, and Paschat Karma, that is the post-operative procedures. The Purva Karma stage includes the preparation of drugs as well as assessing the physical condition of the patients and subjecting them to Snehana. This is followed by Swedana for a day.
On the same day, in the evening, the patients are made to consume kapha increasing food articles like udad vada, curd and jalebi. The next day in the morning, patients are subjected to Sarvanga Abhyanga. This should be followed by Bashpasveda, that is sudation. Soon after, they should be administered the Vamana drugs. For that, Vamana drugs should be kept ready in the prescribed dose according to the patient's strength and clinical condition. A combination of Madana Phala Pippali, Yashti Madhu, Vacha madhu and saindhava, that is rock salt, are used generally as Vamana medicine. To prepare this combination, honey and powder of Madanaphala Pippali are mixed in the prescribed quantities. Rock salt is added to this mixture. Madhu and Saindhava are essential in the combination as they helped to liquefy and extract kapha. Milk, sugarcane juice or hot decoction of Yashti Madhu should be kept ready as adjuvant.
Let us now examine Pradhana Karma, the main procedure of Vamana.
After being seated comfortably, the patients have to drink as much milk as they can. They are then directed to consume the prepared Vamana Dravya in one go. Then the patients should rest for a while. When the drug begins to act, the patients will feel uncomfortable. Showing symptoms of sweating, horripilation, heaviness of stomach, and increased salivation.
Sweating indicates the liquefaction of dosha at shakha, that is body tissues, while horripilation indicates their separation from shakha. Heaviness of stomach is the indication of the entry of dosha into the koshta. The drugs of Vamana possesses Ushna, that is hot nature, Tikshna, that is sharpness, Sukshma, that is subtleness, Vyavahi, that is capable of pervading the entire body before getting digested, and Vikashi, that is capable of causing looseness of joints. Because of these qualities and the potency of the drugs, they reach Hridaya and circulate through the vessels. Because of their Agneya nature, that is predominance of Agni, they liquefy the compact dosha. The Tikshna quality separates the adhered dosha located in the gross and minute channels of the entire body. Like honey kept in a ghee smeared pot, the morbid material after separation flows through the body without adhesion. As a result of its nature to move through channels and to flow towards the gastrointestinal tract, the morbid material reaches the stomach and gets propelled by Udana Vayu, a type of Vata dosha. The predominance of Agni and Vayu in the drugs used and the specific emetic action cause the morbid matter move upwards and get expelled through the upper part of the gastrointestinal tract.
When the patients feel nausea, they should be made to vomit into a vessel. To facilitate vomiting, the back of the patients should be massaged in the upward direction. If the patients do not vomit after nausea, they should be asked to put their finger inside the mouth to touch the deeper part of the palate to induce vomiting. When the patients continuously vomit the nabhi, the umbilical region should be pressed to facilitate the exit of pitta from its site. When the urge to vomit ceases, the patients may be again asked to drink Yashti Madhu Bhanda to induce vomiting so as to completely eliminate the morbid dosha, resulting in a proper vamana. Normally, the vomit contains kshira, aushadha, kapha and pitta. When the pitta is seen in the vomit, the vamana procedure should be terminated and the patients allowed to rest.
Let us now discuss the Paschat Karma, the post-Vamana procedures. These include Dhumapana, that is therapeutic smoking, and Samsarjana, that is controlled diet. When the patient has relaxed for a while, he or she is administered the therapeutic smoking. In this procedure, the smoke produced from drugs like Haridra, Yava and Devadaru are inhaled through the nose and exhaled through the mouth. This procedure ensures the removal of Avashishta Kapha, that is remnant Kapha, from the Srodhas, the channels. After Vamana, a specific and controlled diet is advised according to the grade of purification observed in the patient. The administration of the diet is carried out in a certain order.
First, the patient should be given Peya, a dilute gruel. Then, they could be given Vilepi, a concentrated gruel, Akrita Yusha, that is simple khichdi, Krita Yusha, that is khichdi prepared using oil or ghee, and Mamsarasa, meat soup.
There are 4 parameters to assess the Samyak Vamana, that is the proper Vamana. These are Antiki, Vaigiki, Maniki and Laingiki. In the case of Antiki Shuddhi, the patient will feel bitter taste at the end of the vomiting and they will vomit Pitta, that is bile. Such cases known as Pittanta Vamana are characterized by the presence of bile in the vomit indicated by a slight yellowish color. This signifies Samyak Vamana, that is proper Vamana. Vaigiki Shuddhi is assessed according to the number of Vegas, that is attempts to vomit in the Vamana procedure. If the Vegas are 4 in number, it is Avara Shuddhi, that is minimal purification. If the Vegas are 6, it is Madhyama, that is moderate Shuddhi, and if the Vegas are 8, it is Pravara, that is excellent Shuddhi. In Maniki Shuddhi, the quantity of vomits decides the quality of purification. If the vomit is 2 prastha, which is about 1600 milliliter, it is called Avara. If it is 3 prastha, it is Madhyama, and if it is 4 prastha, it is Pravara. In Laingiki Shuddhi, the symptoms seen after the Vamana Karma decides the grade of purification. Samyak Shuddhi Lakshana of Vamana are as follows. The exit of Pitta after the complete exit of Kapha. Feeling of Shuddhi, that is purification in Hridaya, that is epigastria, Kandha, that is throat, and Shiras, that is head. Deha Lakhuda, that is feeling of lightness of body. Indriya Shuddhi, that is clarity of senses. Let us now examine the signs of asamyak or improper Vamana. Improper Vamana could result by either Adiyoga or Ayoga. Adiyoga is the excess Vegas of vomiting than desired in the Vamana procedure. This could cause vomiting of blood and froth, burning sensation, dryness of throat, giddiness and different types of Vata Roga and even death of the patient. Ayoga is characterized by the inadequacy of Vegas, which results in the non-evacuation of the liquefied toxic dosha. It produces vesicles, itching of skin, heaviness of body and allergic skin disorders. If carelessly executed, Vamana could result in 10 different cases of complications called Dashavyabat. They are Adhmana, that is flatulence, Parikarti, that is scissoring pain in the anal region, Parisrava, that is over or frequent purgation in small quantities, Hrudgraha, that is chest pain, Gatragraha, that is body pain, Jivadana, that is evacuation of vital fluid, Vibhrama, that is derangement of consciousness, rectal prolapse and pruritus, Stambha, that is non-evacuation of morbid dosha, Upadrava, that is complications like restlessness, uneasiness, etc., Klama, that is fatigue. Having learned all about Vamana, let us summarize the salient features of Vamana procedure. Vamana, the best procedure to eliminate the vitiated kapha, is the process by which excess and vitiated dosha are removed from the upper part of the body by induced vomiting. Vomiting is induced by employing Vamana Dravya, which possesses the qualities of Ushna, Tikshna, Sukshma, Vyavayi, Vigashi and Urdhvabhagahara. The drugs to be used in Vamana therapy have been detailed in Ashtanga Hridaya, the Ayurveda classic. Some adjuvant drugs have been mentioned by Acharya Charaka. Of all the drugs, Madanaphala is the best one in Vamana Karma because it has the property to produce better result without complications. Madanaphala has to be processed in order to make it a Vamana Dravya. We then examined the indications and contraindications of Vamana Karma, which has three stages, namely Purva Karma, Pradhana Karma and Paschat Karma. Purva Karma includes Snehana and Swedana as well as preparation of the medicine. In Pradhana Karma, the patient is administered medicine orally to induce vomiting. Paschat Karma includes Dhumapana and a diet regimen. Samyak Vamana can be assessed based on 4 parameters, namely Antigi, Vaigigi, Manigi and Laingigi. Asamyak Vamana can occur either from Atiyoga or Ayoga. We have now completed our discussion on Vamana. In the next episode, we will deal with Virejana, the purgation therapy. In the meantime, read the books and answer the questions.
Here are some books for reference. Charaka Samhita by Agnivesha, published by Chaukamba Surbharati Prakashan, Varanasi. Sushruta Samhita by Sushruta, published by Chaukamba Orientalia, Varanasi, 1998. Ashtanga Samgraha by Vriddha Vagbhada, published by the Central Council for Research in Ayurveda and Siddha, New Delhi, 1998. Ashtanga Hridaya by Vagbhada, published by Krishnadas Academy, Varanasi, 1982. Ayurvedic Treatments of Kerala by Ashtavaidya Vayaskara N.S. Moose, published by Vaidya Sarathi Press Private Limited, Kottayam, 1983. The Legacy of Charaka by Dr. M.S. Valiyathan, published by Orient Longman Private Limited, Chennai, 2004. The questions to be answered are: describe the qualities of Vamana Dravya. List out the main Vamana drugs mentioned in Ashtanga Hridaya. What do you mean by Vamanopaga Dravya? List them out as prescribed by Acharya Charaka. Describe the method of preparation of Madanaphala Pippali. Write the indications and contraindications of Vamana Karma. Describe the Pradhana Karma procedure of Vamana. How will you assess Samyak Vamana? Describe the criteria for it. What is the difference between Atiyoga and Ayoga? Describe Asamyak Vamana. Define and describe Dashavyapat. Write short notes on Pittanda Vamana, Maniki Shuddhi, Samsarjana Karma, Dhumapana in Vamana Karma.
Welcome to a new session on Library and Information Science. Library as a system. A system is a set of interacting or interdependent components forming an integrated all or a set of elements often called components and relationships which are different from relationships of the set or its elements into other elements or sets. The concept of system was originated from systems theory. The systems theory was originated from physical science and slowly it gained significance in all fields of knowledge. The physical scientist referred any mechanical device as a system, and later it has been increasingly applied by sociologists, economists, and management scientists. The general system theory provides a basic framework for modern organizational theory. Chester Bernard was the first management scientist who introduced this concept in the organizational theory. According to him, an organization could be viewed as a system because a big organization consists of various divisions which coordinate with each other to achieve overall goals and adjust to the economical, social, and other environmental factors for its survival. Definitions. According to E.W. Martin, a system is an assemblage or combination of things or parts forming a complex whole. Types of systems. Ludwig von Bertalanffy, the father of general system theory, classified systems into two. They are open system and closed system. Open system. It is a system which interacts with the environment to adapt the changes. Closed systems. Closed systems have rigid boundaries which do not allow the system to interact with the outside environment. Elements of system. Input. Input is what data the system receives to produce a certain output. Output. What goes out from the system after being processed is known as output. Processing. The process involved to transform input into output is known as processing. Control. In order to get the desired results, it is essential to monitor and control the input, processing and the output of the system. Feedback. The output is checked with the desired standards of the output set and the necessary steps are taken for achieving the output as per the standards. This process is called as feedback. Boundaries. The boundaries are nothing but the limit of the system. Setting up boundaries helps for better concentration of the activities carried in the system. Environment. The things outside the boundary of the system are known as environment. Change in the environment affect the working of the system. Interfaces. The interconnections and the interaction between the subsystem is known as the interfaces. Example of a system. University is a good example of a system. Even though university itself is a system, it is also one of the subsystems of our education system. The main objective of a university is to provide high quality, comprehensive educational and training opportunities that are compatible to changing needs of the students. There are a number of subsystems for the university system. Some of the important subsystems of the university are administration, teaching departments, library, research and development, examination, recruitment, etc. Each of these subsystems has its own objective. For example, objective of the recruitment subsystem is to make available the qualified and competing personnel to the university. The objective of examination subsystem is to conduct university examination smoothly, declare result, issue mark list, etc. As and when any problem occur to the examination subsystem, it will naturally affect the objective of university system. Library as a system. Library can be identified as a complex system. Various interrelated subsystems that constitute the library system. The subsystems of the library system are acquisition subsystem, serials control subsystem, circulation subsystem, technical subsystem, reference subsystem, maintenance subsystem, reprographic subsystem, and administration. These subsystems are not only interrelated but also they are interdependent. Because of this interdependence among them, a change in any one component may affect the functioning of the all system. The objective of the all library system is to provide right information to right users at right time in right possible way. Let us familiarize each of these subsystems. Acquisition section subsystem. Acquisition section in the library is a subsystem of library system. This section is responsible for the selection and purchase of materials or resources. The department may select vendors, negotiate consortium, pricing, arrange for standing orders, and select individual titles or resources. The acquisition work consists of the following steps. Formulating a book selection policy, selecting the resource for the library, placing orders for the supply of selected items, receiving the resources, checking the physics of the items, accessioning them, and passing the bill for payment. There are 8 different types of acquisition methods that are followed by libraries. They are: first one, firm orders. These are orders that are determined by name specifically. Second one, standing orders. These are open orders for all titles that fit a particular category or subject. Third one, approval plans. These are normally similar to standing orders, except they cover quite a few topic areas and are sent from the vendor, and the library is only charged for the specific titles that they accept into their collection. Under these circumstances, the library is free to return anything they do not wish to and add to their collections. Fourth one, blanket orders. These are largely a combination of both a firm order and an approval plan. Fifth one, subscriptions. These are generally utilized for journals, newspapers, or other serials. Sixth one, leases. These are contracts that allow access to particular resources for a period of time. Leases are most commonly utilized with electronic resources such as databases, journals, and web-based materials. Seventh one, gifts. In some cases, library may allow gifts that people give to the library. It is the job of the acquisitions department to determine whether or not the gift will be kept and incorporated into the library's collection. 8.1 Exchanges. These can be broken into two subcategories: exchange of unwanted duplicate or gift materials and the exchange of new materials between libraries. Book selection methods varies according with the types of libraries. Book selection in public library is not same in special and academic libraries. The targeted users of the public library is heterogeneous group. So, the collection should be well balanced to cater the needs of all groups of users. In the case of academic library, whether it is college or university library, the targeted users are academic community. So, the collection should be concentrating the needs of the academic community. In the case of special libraries, the users are scientists, researchers, and specialists, so the collection should be relevant to these groups. Technical section subsystem. Classification and cataloging are the main two routines carried out in technical section. Classification is assigning some code numbers for the content of a document. The logic behind the classification is to make documents having similar contents in one place. Classification is done on the basis of some standards and classification schemes. Some of them are DDC, Dewey Decimal Classification, CC, Column Classification, UDC, Universal Decimal Classification, Library of Congress Classification Scheme, Expansive Classification, etc. Among these, DDC is the popular classification system worldwide. In the case of international books, we need not to do classification work separately because it gives classification number in the title page of the book. Classification number of a specific document can be traced in the websites of OCLC and Library of Congress. OCLC is the present caretaker of DDC and the printing of hard copy of the scheme has been ceased with 23rd edition. Presently, it is available in online edition. Cataloging is the process of preparing library catalogs. Library catalog is the searching and locating tool. It contains bibliographic details of documents such as author, title, subject, publishers, accession number, etc. Cataloging is done on the basis of some standards. The prominent among them are CCC, Classified Cataloging Code, and AACR2, Anglo-American Cataloging Code 2. In the case of automated libraries, man-made catalog is not needed because it can be produced with the help of software and it can be printed. The conventional card catalogs have been changed with the advent of online public access catalog (OPAC). Serial control subsystem or periodical section. This department is engaged with the periodicals. Periodical is a publication issued in successive parts at regular intervals. Periodicals are one of the prominent types of library collection. The work with the periodicals include subscribe periodicals, acquisition of current and back periodicals, receiving and recording periodicals, note the missing issues, sending reminder for non-received issues, renewal of periodicals, sending for binding, keeping bound volumes, keeping necessary records and statistics. Periodicals are selected by using periodical directories such as Ulrich International Periodical Directory, World List of Scientific Periodicals, etc., and bibliographies, reviews in journals, and catalogs of libraries. Periodicals can be acquired in any of the following methods: by subscription, by membership of societies, by gift, by donation, in exchange with home publication. Presently, there are e-journals and online journals. Various consortiums have collection of thousands of online journals are available today. Infinite Consortia of UGC is the best example for consortia. Circulation subsystem. Circulation section, especially circulation desk, is regarded as the busy section in the library. Majority of the users have to deal with staff of the circulation section. Therefore, the treatment of staff towards users have a great influence in making image of a library. A circulation section will carry out the following functions: vigilance at entrance and exit, registration of members, renewal and cancellation of membership, issue, return and renewal of documents, charging of overdues, issue reminder for overdue books, reservation of book, work relating to books lost or damaged, maintenance of records, maintenance of statistics. Issue and return, or charging and discharging, is the main function of the circulation section. There are various types of charging systems. They are register system, New York charging system, Brownie charging system, and computerized charging system. Presently, some libraries have implemented RFID technology in the library and started self-service for issuing the books. Reference subsystem. Reference section in a library is the center of all activities. It is the place where the library staff and the users come into an intellectual contact. The kinds of reference services being performed would vary from library to library. The services being rendered would depend upon the following factors: local situation, local tradition, kinds of traditions, kinds of users, size of library, resources of the library. The reference services given by the library are provision of general information, provision of specific information, assistance in locating a document, assistance in using information resources. Reference service is the most intense kind of personal service which attempts bringing together the user and the document in a personal way. The nature of reference service vary from one type of library to another type of library. In the case of public libraries, it is expected to perform the functions of providing for recreation, information, inspiration and education. So the reference queries will be such types. The reference librarian should be capable to cater their needs. In the case of special libraries, it is focused for a specific discipline or a particular form of document. Here, reference librarian should also be an expert in that particular field. In the case of academic libraries, reference staff should be capable to give reference service to the academic community. Maintenance subsystem. Maintenance section is one of the important sections of library. This is also called stack room section. Here the books are arranged on shelves and maintained for use of readers. The jobs that are carried out in the section are arrangement of books on the shelves, maintenance of gates, rectification of books, stock verification, withdrawal, weeding, preservation, binding and repair, etc. The books are arranged in this section according to the class number of the document. Two types of methods are maintained in this section for keeping books. They are open access system and closed access system. In the open access system, the shelves are kept open for users. Here, user can come and collect books of their choice. According to the closed access system, the shelves are closed and users are not allowed to access the books as in the open access system. Relationship with other sections. This section is organically related with various other sections of the library. It receives books from the technical section. It also sends back books to processing section for reclassification if needed, label writing if labels are lost, etc. It is related with circulation section to which it sends and gets back the book. Reprographic subsystem. Reprography is the process of photocopying as well as duplicating documents whereby one or more copies of the same size or in reduced or enlarged form are produced. Reprography plays an important role in the field of dissemination and communication of information. In the age of information explosion, the demand for reprographic service increased considerably. Reprographic services are one of the important services of libraries and information centers. Administration section. The administrative section of the library is an important wing to assist the establishment activities of the library. It can be treated as the headquarters of all sections of library. All types of correspondence of library are done by this section. It keeps and maintains the records pertaining to various budgetary provisions of the library like salary, expenditure and other matters pertaining to physical stock and infrastructure of the library. Let us summarize this session. The above discussed sections of the library are not independent and separate sections. They all are dependent and interrelated. Each section has its own special objectives and the all library systems has its own broad objectives. If any hindrance occur in any of the section, it will automatically affect the all objective of library systems because library is the best example for system concept. Here are some assignments for you to work out. Try to understand the functioning of library system. What do you mean by education systems? What are the subsystems of education? Here are some books for your further reference. Library Administration and Management, written by Krishna Kumar in the year 1994, published by Vigas Publishing House Private Limited, New Delhi. Management of Library and Information Centers, written by P.S.G. Kumar in the year 2004, published by B.R. Publishing Corporations, New Delhi. Thank you for watching this session. See you next time. Until then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have an mobile app developer and iOS developer from UK. He is the founder of TouchAware Limited, London, UK. Welcome, Samson Lopez.
Thank you, Rajesh.
In the global scenario, this explosion of explosive use of smartphones and other gadgets are happening. So, could you please explain what is the major trends in mobile apps development in global scenario?
If you go back in time, the explosion happened when soon after the iPhone was launched. The iOS SDK was launched a year later. So that's when a lot of developers started developing a lot of applications. So since then, apps have been developed on the iOS platform and the Android platform on a lot of categories. So the App Store is now flooded with millions of applications. So there are good quality applications as well. And the answer to your second part of the question, the current trends. So the big phase transition now is on the change to cloud. So there's a lot of movement from standalone applications to cloud-based applications. So that is one of the current trends we have.
So the technology has a lot of advancements in terms of mobile apps development. And how can we avoid major pitfalls in app development?
Mobile application development from a software engineering standpoint is not very different from any other application development, the desktop application development or development of services. So I think the question here is whether the standard engineering practices or software engineering practices are followed. So if you go through a rigorous testing development cycle, you tend to produce quality applications. Now the issue with mobile application development is a lot of inexperienced developers are developing applications which lead to insecure applications, low quality applications. So what needs to be done is to bring more processes more review processes, educate the developers to produce more quality applications to reduce issues. So all the security issues for standard applications also exist for mobile application as well. So it's how well you do it and what are the processes to make it secure, which is important in my point of view.
So in the app development domain, so what you do, what you passionate about. So that is the scenario. So what are the special skills and roles required in this field?
To develop an app, you need to have the domain knowledge. So say for instance, my own application I design. Over the years I've gathered a lot of knowledge on 2D vector drawing apps, and that really helped me to when I actually developed the app. So I feel that the domain knowledge is very critical in developing applications. Now there are a lot of other factors like technical skill, your knowledge of the current development platforms, whether it is iOS or whether it is Android. So you need to learn and relearn and adapt to all the new current cutting edge technology, which is like ever changing.
There is a saying like a good artist borrow and a great artist steal. So this is applicable for all creative endeavors. So in the app development also it is practical. What is your comment on this?
I'm not very sure if I read it right whether I agree about borrowing and stealing, because I feel that if you want to bring out a successful application, it has to be something original, something which is not already there. So I don't really feel that borrowing or stealing is the right approach there. So you need to bring in something original. So I do understand, if I may quote an analogy with say music. You initially tend to play songs which are already there. So that's for you to actually gain the skill, but it's not going to take you anywhere. So you will have to, over time you will have to work on original ideas and original thinking. So that's my take on it.
So in this app development domain, so what is the importance of user experience or designers and the collaboration between the designers and the developers? What is your view on that?
Okay, I am basically a iOS and Mac developer, so I'm more related to Apple development methodologies. So the philosophy of Apple is very design oriented. So design is something primary. There's a lot of emphasis on design. So in software engineering in general, design is everywhere. So the old tried and tested method of failure, the waterfall model, is not applicable anymore in today's world.
Yes.
So it is all agile, and design is in all phases. So I even believe that there's a significant amount of design in even coding. So even when you code, you actually do a lot of design. So every developer, in a sense, especially for the app development segment, needs to be some sort of a designer as well, to actually keep pace with the app development.
So how will you meet the user experience there? So what is the importance of that?
So the idea is to develop simple user interface which the users can get the task done. So for that, so user experience, UX is again very important. So that's a skill which every developer need to possess.
So you can choose from many app development platforms for your application, and they are not none of them are immune to security. So what are the major security aspects you have to consider while you go for an app development?
Well, there are two kinds of security areas in my view. So one is the platform level security, which the platform actually provides for you, say whether it is iOS or whether it is Android. Things like simple things like even locking the screen of a smartphone, the kind of encryption, all these kinds of security features are provided by the platform. So how good is that? How good is the Android platform security? How good is iOS? The second part is security related to the app itself. That's where the developer's knowledge and skill about security comes into play. So the developer needs to be aware of, say, for instance, he should not send clear text password to a service. So that's a security issue there. So it is very developer dependent and also dependent on the engineering, software engineering practices related to security when the app is developed.
In Indian scenario also, the mobile apps goes very drastically. The applications are coming up, and so what is the major apps development scenario happening in Indian market in terms of Indian language mobile apps?
So I am primarily based in the UK, and my view as of now is more on the European market, because I am currently doing translation of my app in various European languages. But my feeling is that it's pretty much the same for any language in any region. So you have different elements. You can so it's basically internationalization of an app. So it involves in language related translation. It involves in the way you treat currency. So in certain countries like Spain, you have a comma instead of a decimal point. So to translate an app in an Indian language, I think it's pretty much easy, where it's just strings involved. But when you consider things like voice input,
Okay.
like in iOS applications you have Siri, and you have for Google, for Android applications you have different method of voice input. That's where the challenge lies for the Indian scenario. So you need voice recognition systems for Indian languages. So probably that's one area where you have more input on that or knowledge about that. So it's a research and development area as of now, I guess, till we actually have more ways to process Indian languages.
Yeah, in India, the internet and mobile basis grows, and we have 22 official languages here.
Okay.
So I think this is a upcoming challenge we have to take up. So my next question is based on the cross-platform tools that is growing up nowadays. So what are the challenges involved in taking up this cross-platform tools, because we have iPhones, we have BlackBerry, we have Androids, and we have Windows mobiles and Symbians, etc. So what is your view on that?
If you look at the market share of all these platforms which you have mentioned, Android, iOS, BlackBerry and Symbian, the bulk of it is Android and iOS. So you do have a small portion of Windows mobile development and small portion of BlackBerry. So for an app developer who want to target all these spaces, irrespective of the market share, he might have to adopt for a platform like, I don't know, PhoneGap or Xamarin or something to develop. So there are a couple of platforms available, but my take on it is a large section of developers will most likely focus on the large market share bits. So it actually boils down to Android and iOS. So to use a cross-platform development framework or tool just for two platforms may or may not make sense. That depends upon the kind of application you are developing. So if your application is more user interface oriented and you are actually using backend services, it might be worthwhile to use Xamarin or PhoneGap or any other cross-platform framework or tool. But if you want to do more processing based or a bit more hardcore application which is tied to the framework, I would actually go for different development on each platform to actually leverage the capabilities of the platform, rather than sacrifice on the capabilities by combining everything. But it's a very it's very app dependent and the app domain dependent on the kind of app you're developing.
So how can my app make money, or in other ways, how will you put your app in a app store? So what is the process involved?
So once you develop an app, you generally submit it for a particular platform. Say for iOS, you submit it for review with Apple. The same must be applicable for Android. But as far as I know, the review process of Apple is on the stronger side. You generally tend to wait for a week for Apple to turn out to actually get your app on reviewed. So they have I don't know 30 or 40 list checkpoint to check various issues which can be filtered, which is sort of domain independent. Now, the other part, to answer the other part of the question, how can you make money? So, from what I know, about 90% of registered developers, or even 95%, don't really make any money out of out of the App Store. So it's that top 5% developers who actually make money out of the App Store. So it's the question of getting there at the top 5%, you know. So that means that your app has to be top in the category. So how can it be top in the category? It has to be high quality. It has to have certain features which are not available elsewhere. So it's a matter of focus on getting the app refined and polished to get it to that high level, so that it's top of the category to make money. So gone are the days when you can actually write a very simple app and dump it on the App Store and make money. So yeah, it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of passion, a lot of effort today.
If your customer base is very small and they will be asking email request and more feature request, so how will you handle that?
Okay, I am actually thinking of an analogy where, you know, Sir Henry Ford, he invented the automobile, the car. So if a person, those days it was horse carriages. So if you know, you went and asked a person who's driving a horse carriage on what do you want, he'll just say a faster horse. I just want a faster horse. So he doesn't know, or he is not in a position to envision what an automobile is. So that's something which only Sir Henry Ford could do at that point in time. So my point of view is that you cannot ask the customer to decide on the features of your app, or the vision of your app, or what your app needs to be at a later point in time. That is something, that is why you are the developer, right? You can, certainly you can take customer feedback to know the issues of the current application, what they think, but the vision has to come from you. So you do need to support your customers, but to grow your app, that's something which you have to think yourself.
So what are the major legal issues involved in app development in terms of IPR and patenting the apps, etc.?
I would say it is very similar to any kind of software development, software you develop. So patents and intellectual property rights have been there even before this app revolution, app explosion. So but on software patents are again very delicate, very it's a very gray area there on, you know, what you can patent, what you cannot, and how you can enforce patents. So for small time developers, the overhead of patenting is actually considerable. So in my view, you just need to be aware of not trying to copy something which is already there, in order to, you know, avoid difficulties later. So to actually do exhaustive search, a patent search for an idea, you generally have to pay a lot. It might make sense if your company is large. If it's a small company, the chances are that if your app idea or whatever feature you're trying to do, if it's not intentional, it might just be, you know, okay. So that doesn't mean that you can actually copy other people's work, which you will end up in trouble later, you know. So that's my point of view on it.
Samson Lopez, so actually you are an entrepreneur, you founder of a startup company, and an app developer. So, what are the challenges involved in succeeding as an independent app developer in the current scenario?
It's a very open-ended question, but I'll try to give you my best answer to it. I mean, it's a huge market now. I mean, it's like for Apple alone, in the past 5 to 6 years, the entire Apple developer community would have sold $25 billion of worth of apps, and that's growing. So it's a huge market, and I don't think that it is saturated yet. There is a lot to do. There's a lot to develop, but it is not as easy as I said before, to actually make an app and upload it on the App Store and make money out of it. So now it's already there's quite a lot of apps there. So there are a lot of factors which come to play, like your domain knowledge on the app you're developing, your platform knowledge, the focus of focus and attention and detail you put into your app development. So these characteristics or these points are really they really decide on whether your app is going to be on the top 5% to actually generate some revenue. So it boils down to, you need to really write a quality app which is actually required by the current user base, and for you to generate money based on that.
So, thank you very much for your valuable time and for being with us for this interface program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalajesh. My pleasure it was. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the session on the history of science education, the ancient and medieval India. As human beings living in the 21st century, we all know the importance and benefits of science. It is nearly impossible to think of a life or a society that doesn't rely on the benefits of science. It has pervaded human lives as an integral component, and to insulate life from science will be impractical. It helps us to establish an important relationship between our lives and the environment we live in. Needless to say, a better understanding of science and the application of science in various realms such as agriculture and industry contribute towards the development of our country. It is in this context that science education attains supreme importance with regard to educational system in general. What is science education? Science is both a process and knowledge. It is a well established fact that science has a special place in education right from the school years. Young children should learn science by understanding not just its content but its methodology as well. An effective science education would combine aspects of science as a discipline and scientific methodology. The primary objective of science education is the attainment of knowledge. Education in the various disciplines related to sciences such as mathematics, chemistry, physics and life sciences will help young students to amass a wealth of knowledge, information, data and facts. In the modern scenario, science is taught in schools in the form of the above mentioned disciplines. The aim of teaching science in school is to fill students with facts through both textual knowledge and experiments. You have studied physics, chemistry, biology and mathematics during your school years. You might have taken up science related stream for your higher secondary education as well. But have you ever wondered how and when science education has become such an integral part of our education system? Have you given a thought to how the teaching of science looked like in ancient times when there were no colleges or laboratories? We are taking up these questions in this unit and a couple of other related units. Before we look deep into the forms and structures that facilitate science education in the contemporary Indian education system, let us take a glance at the beginnings and the history of science starting from ancient period. Science education in ancient India. A strong knowledge of science was considered as an essential part of life and education in India from ancient times. India boasts of a history of science education in both pure and applied forms. The history of science education in India can be dated back to about 2600 years. With a flourishing tradition of scientific research, our country has contributed to the repertoire of scientific knowledge from ancient and medieval times to the modern era. However, the study of science as a set of organized disciplines began in the modern period. Science and technology in ancient and medieval India comprised of all major branches of human activities and knowledge, including mathematics, astronomy, chemistry, medical science and surgery and physics, to mention a few. The learning of science in the early period was largely practical in nature. The archaeological remains of the Indus Valley civilization reveal interesting facts about the ways ancient people used science in its applied forms. Scientific techniques were used in different realms of life and administration, such as irrigation, metallurgy, architecture, pottery and measurement of volumes and areas. Taxila, also known as Takshashila, was one of the earliest universities in the world, which attracted students from across the continents. According to historians, the major fields of study at Taxila included mathematics, astronomy, medicine, surgery and metallurgy. As already said, in this unit we are looking at the beginning and developments of science and science education in various fields of knowledge during ancient and medieval times. This unit will focus mainly on the development and contributions of scientific knowledge in the fields of mathematics and astronomy, medicine and surgery and physics and chemistry. Let us see how the ancient India contributed to the development of science education. Contributions and development in the field of mathematics and astronomy. Of all the contributions ancient India has made to the development of modern sciences, contributions in the field of mathematics are best known. Indian mathematics during the age of pre-Greek civilization developed chiefly along two broad and overlapping traditions, the geometric tradition and the algebraic and arithmetical tradition. Other pre-Greek civilizations such as the Babylonian and Egyptian civilizations progressed along the traditions of computation. Abraham Siedenberg, a famous historian of mathematics, argues that the birth of geometry and mathematics can be traced to Rigvedic rituals. He has also argued that Indian geometry predates Greek geometry by centuries. Ancient Indian mathematics was known in the general name of Ganita. It included different branches such as arithmetic, geometry and algebra. Astrology and astronomy were also considered as part of mathematics in that period. Aryabhatta, an ancient Indian thinker, is believed to have contributed to the discipline of mathematics by giving a new dimension to trigonometry. The decimal system is also considered as an innovation of India. By the 3rd century BC, astronomy, medicine and mathematics began to develop as separate branches of science. Ancient Indians made 3 notable contributions in the field of mathematics, namely 1. Notation system, 2. Decimal system and 3. The use of zero. Evidences for the use of decimal system can be found in certain epigraphs that date back to the 5th century AD. This means that long before the West started using numerals, they have been in use in ancient India. Inscriptions of Ashoka testify to this fact, and Indians are considered as the first to use the decimal system. History has it that the Chinese learned this system from Buddhist missionaries of ancient times, and the West borrowed it from the Arabs when they came into contact with India. Around the 2nd century BC, zero was discovered by Indians who considered it as a separate numeral from the very beginning. Practical geometry was used as early as the 2nd century BC to construct altars where ancient kings offered their sacrifices. The concepts of acute angle, obtuse angle and right angle were used for this purpose. The rule for finding the area of a triangle was formulated by Aryabhata, and that led to the development of trigonometry as a mathematical branch. The development of mathematics took new heights during the Gupta period. The invention of a rudimentary form of algebra in those early periods made calculations possible and led to the study of numbers for its own sake. Several discoveries were made by Indian mathematicians such as Brahmagupta, Mahavira and Bhaskara. Interestingly, these discoveries were made known to the West only after Renaissance. Early Indian mathematicians knew the importance of positive and negative quantities. They also evolved a system for extracting cube roots and squares. Ancient mathematicians could also solve quadratic and certain types of indeterminate equations. Aryabhata is believed to have given an approximate value of pi. The value he has given was considered more accurate than what was given by the Greeks. A number of achievements were made in the areas of trigonometry, spherical geometry and calculus. Contributions and developments in the field of astronomy. The mathematical implications of zero and infinity were useful in the field of astronomy. In ancient times, astronomy was not considered as a different branch of science, but as a branch integral to mathematics. The most famous book on Hindu astronomy was Surya Siddhanta, which was modified later twice or thrice. It is believed that the system proposed by this text is useful even now to predict eclipses. Aryabhata and Varahamihira were the most famous scholars of Indian astronomy. The Babylonian method was used by Aryabhata to calculate the position of the planets, and he used this method to find out the cause of lunar and solar eclipses. He rightly suggested that the earth rotates daily about its axis. He also suggested that the movement of stars is a relative motion caused by the rotation of the earth. These views were contrary to the views prevalent at that time in other parts of the world that the sky rotated. The influence of Aryabhata in astronomy is so significant that the first satellite of India was named after him. Varahamihira's well-known work was Brihad Samhita. It included a wide range of topics including astrology, planetary movements, eclipses, rainfall and architecture, to mention a few. Contributions and development in the field of medicine and surgery. India has made extremely important contributions in the field of medicine and surgery from ancient and medieval times. Ayurveda, which is considered as one of the important alternative systems of medicine, was India's gift to the medical system. However, medicine was not an organized branch of study. As we can see in ancient stories and myths, medical practitioners of ancient times used magical spells and charms as a means of treating illnesses. The line that separates religion and medicine was thin, and the whole approach was not purely in accordance with what we understand as scientific medicine today. It was closely related to practices of magic and sorcery, which were an integral part of the religious practices of many Indian communities. It deserves special mention that two major figures gave new dimension to the medicinal practices of ancient India. Those two figures were Sushruta and Charaka. Contributions of Sushruta. Sushruta was a physician who, according to historical speculations, lived in Varanasi around the period of 6th century BC. He is well known for his Sushruta Samhita, which is a Sanskrit text written on the topic of surgery and medicine. This text is regarded as one of the foundational texts of Indian Ayurvedic medicinal system. There are not much historical data available on the background and life of Sushruta. His work describes several methods of treatment for various diseases, including descriptions of surgical methods for stone diseases. Diet and cleanliness were considered important by him in the treatment of illnesses. From the time of Sushruta, surgery came to occupy an extremely important position in medical practices. Sushruta Samhita is divided into two parts, Purvatantra and Uttaratantra. It describes various practices of medicine, pediatrics, geriatrics, diseases of the ear, nose, throat and eye, toxicology, aphrodisiacs and psychiatry. It has elaborate sessions on surgical procedures, and Sushruta describes 8 types of surgical procedures: burns and their reaction to injuries, urinary stones, basic principles of plastic surgery, labioplasty, management of both hemorrhoids and fistula, etc. have received mention in the Sushruta Samhita. Contributions of Charaka. Charaka was one of the main contributors to the ancient system of Ayurveda, and he is referred to as the father of Indian medicine. He wrote Charaka Samhita, which is regarded as an encyclopedia of ancient Indian medicines. It contains references to various ailments such as fever, leprosy, hysteria and tuberculosis. He had listed the names and details of a large number of herbs and plants that could be used in treatments. As a result, this book serves not only as a gateway to understand ancient Indian medicines, but gives useful insights into ancient Indian flora and the science of making medicines. The principles laid down by him paved way for the development of medicine in subsequent centuries. Charaka was the first physician who presented the concept of digestion, metabolism and immunity. According to him, human body functions are based on 3 principles or doshas, namely movement or vata, transformation or pitta, and lubrication and stability or kapha. This concept is still used in many alternative systems of medicines to diagnose the causes of illnesses. He suggested that illnesses happen when the balance between these 3 principles are disturbed. He had studied the anatomy of human body and human organs, and he rightly assumed that heart is the center of human body. He also claimed that heart is connected to the entire human body through 13 different channels. However, he was wrong to believe that human body has 360 bones including teeth, and that heart has one cavity in it. Although Charaka and Sushruta were the forerunners of ancient Indian medicine, regular and systematic study of medicine began much later. Medicine was regular subject of study at centers like Taxila or Takshashila and Varanasi, even though the teachings didn't follow a pedagogic pattern like the one we follow today. The development of medicine was hindered due to certain cultural social taboos such as the taboo on touching dead bodies, which came in the way of developing a scientific understanding of human anatomy. Despite these groundbreaking developments, medical practitioners of ancient India did not have much insight into the functions of brain. But it deserves a mention that they were aware of the importance of spinal cord and the existence of nervous system. Although physiological and anatomical knowledge was limited, ancient doctors were good at bone setting, plastic surgery, and in repairing noses, lips or ears that were either lost or injured due to mutilation. The physicians of those periods were ranked high in the social hierarchy and were treated with supreme respect. Contributions and development in the field of physics and chemistry. In ancient India, Kanada was the first one who systematically developed a theory of atomism during the 6th century BC. His theories were developed later by the Buddhist atomists Dharmakirti and Dignaga. Ancient Indians believed that the universe consisted of 5 elements, namely the earth or Prithvi, fire or Agni, air or Vayu, water or Jal, and ether or space or Aksha. Pagudakatyayana, a contemporary of Buddha, also advocated ideas about how the material world is constituted by atoms. Some Buddhist thinkers considered atom as the minute object that can occupy both space and the minutest possible duration of time. Atoms come into being and vanish when they are succeeded by another atom caused by the first. This theory bears resemblance to the quantum theory of Max Planck. Indian atomists developed theories on how atoms could combine, react, move and perform other actions. How atoms can form binary molecules which in turn combine to form larger molecules. How particles first combine together to form the smallest visible units of matter. Many modern scientists argue that these ideas in many ways reflect structure of modern atomic theory. Beyond these preliminary theories formulated on atomic constitution of the material world, physics in ancient India did not develop much. But it is to be noted that in the science of acoustics, India made great contributions. In the later Vedic period, the astronomer Yajnavalkya referred to an early concept of heliocentrism. He advocated the idea that the earth is round and that the sun is the center of spheres. The famous ancient mathematician astronomer Aryabhatta put forward a detailed model of the heliocentric solar system. According to his model, the planets rotate on their axis, which causes day and night. He also suggested that they follow elliptical orbits around the sun, causing year. According to him, both planets and the moon do not have their own light. Instead, they only reflect the light of the sun. Another great contribution of Aryabhatta is that he rightly explained the causes of the solar and lunar eclipses and predicted their times. There were two schools of thought prevalent in ancient India, namely Samkhya school and Vaisheshika school. Both these schools developed theories on light as early as the 6th and 5th century BC. According to the Samkhya school, light is one of the 5 fundamental elements. The Buddhists Dignaga and Dharmakirti developed a theory that light is composed of energy particles. This has similarities with the modern concept of photons. Ancient philosophers believed that all elements except ether were physically palpable. So these elements are comprised of minuscule particles of matter. The last minuscule particle of matter, which cannot be further divided, was named Paramanu. It is interesting to note that the ancient Indian theories on atom were developed much before such ideas were developed in the Greco-Roman world. Such theories were highly abstract in nature and rooted in philosophy because they were not based on experimentation or experience but on logic. Contributions in the field of chemistry. Ancient India made remarkable contributions in the fields of chemistry and metallurgy. The importance of metals in the history of civilization is evident from the fact that historians divide early ages on the basis of metals such as the Iron Age, Bronze Age, etc. It is widely believed that the Harappans developed metallurgy of bronze and copper about 2500 BC. Practices such as leather tanning and fermentation of grains and fruits were common during those times. Indian steel was highly valued in other parts of the ancient world and it was exported in large quantities. It should be noted that ancient Indians used chemistry and metallurgy in their applied forms. Another related area where India contributed greatly was the medical chemistry. Medical practitioners of the ancient and medieval times succeeded in producing many important alkalis, acids and metallic salts. Developments in the field of chemistry were not limited to theories but were used in a variety of practical activities. Metallurgy was an activity central to all civilizations from the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. According to historians, ancient Indians borrowed the basic idea of smelting from Mesopotamia and the Near East. Indians were exceptionally good at making coins using a variety of metals, and the coinage of India date from the 8th century BC to the 17th century AD. Numismatics stands as proof to the advances made in smelting technology in the ancient periods. It was observed by the Greek historian Herodotus that Indian and the Persian army made use of arrows tipped with iron. Indian iron was used by ancient Romans to make armor and cutlery. The quality and heights of the metallurgy developed by ancient Indians can be seen in India even today. The copper statue of the Sultanganj Buddha and the famous iron pillar near Qutub Minar are two such examples. The iron pillar has been standing in the open for many centuries, withstanding the wind, heat and weather. It has not rusted except for some very minor natural erosion. The advancement made by ancient Indians in the field of chemical science can also be found in the distillation of perfumes, manufacturing of dyes, chemicals, pigments and colors. Paintings found on walls of Ajanta and Ellora testify to the height chemical science had achieved in ancient times. Let me summarize what we have discussed so far. As we have seen, ancient India has made commendable contributions towards the development of science and science education. Many aspects of scientific knowledge was learnt and imparted not as organized disciplines but as part of day-to-day activities. The major areas of science where India made notable contributions include mathematics, astronomy, astrology, medicine and surgery, physics, chemistry and metallurgy. Applicability of science in practical life and human activities was the most important feature. However, many scientific streams such as medicine, metallurgy, astronomy and mathematics were taught in the education centers of the ancient and medieval period. The scientific knowledge developed during those periods gave momentum to the discoveries and developments happened in the centuries that followed. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. Question number 1. What were the three major contributions of ancient Indians in the field of mathematics? Prepare a historical profile of Charaka and Sushruta focusing on their contributions in medicine and surgery. Explain the reasons why India's first satellite was rightly named Aryabhata. What were the major ideas prevalent in ancient and medieval India regarding the atomic constitution of the material world? What were the major contributions of Sushruta in the field of medicine and surgery? Now you can go through the reference books listed here. Pursuit and Promotion of Science, the Indian Experience, published by Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi in the year 2001. Science in Ancient India by Narendra Kumar, published in 2004 by Anmol Publications, New Delhi. Thank you for watching the program. We can meet again with another topic soon. Till then, take care. Hello and welcome to the session on Language Laboratory. The skill of good communication is vital for attaining success in the modern world. Communication implies the exchange of meaningful message. It involves the carrying or receiving of message. In order to be able to communicate in a smooth manner, an individual must be able to listen carefully, comprehend the meaning of what is being said and reply with appropriate words in a clear manner. Language is one of the most vital mediums of communication. In this age of globalization, we all live in a multilingual and multicultural world. The professional world demands job seekers to have a complete command over various languages. They are required to grasp subtle, emotional and cultural nuances and react in a suitable manner. This makes it essential to attain the skills of communicating in various languages, that includes foreign languages as well. A good command over a language is necessary for effective communication in that language. With the development of science and technology, various technological aids for language learning have been developed. A language laboratory or language lab is one such technical innovation that plays a vital role in the language learning process. In this unit, we will know more about a language laboratory. We will discuss the various features and the working of a language laboratory. We will also explore the various kinds of language laboratories as well as the advantages and limitations of this language teaching aid. What is a language laboratory? A language laboratory is an educational tool that facilitates the learning of languages. It is a place where a student can practice with the language that is taught in the classroom. Learning a language involves the four skills of reading, writing, listening and speaking. A language laboratory is a technological aid for learning that helps students to achieve this aim in an effective manner. It can be said that the invention of language laboratory is a significant development in the domain of communication. Such a laboratory is equipped with various advanced facilities and technical components that assist in learning to speak a language fluently. The language laboratory creates an easy atmosphere where students can learn and improve their skills and command over a language. The use of various digital, multimedia and interactive devices in the laboratory makes the learning process much easier for the students. It helps the students to correct the errors of sound and structure and to develop fluency in the language he is trying to master. A language laboratory has number of objectives. The language laboratory is a teaching aid that facilitates the learner to master a language. The main objectives of the language laboratory are to teach the student how to communicate with the native speaker of the language in an effective manner, to equip the student with the skills necessary to understand, speak, read and write a foreign language with speed and ease, to enable the student to have command over the language through correct pronunciation, intonation, fluency and accent that is as good as the native speaker of the language. To provide an environment where students can imitate and practice their skills in a language at their own pace and without any disturbance. What is the significance of language laboratory? Language laboratory is of vital significance in the context of communication. It assists the learner to use technology efficiently to communicate in an effective manner. It is a teaching aid that can be utilized for learning a number of languages effectively. A language can be mastered only after developing the sensibility for the sounds and rhythm of that language. A language laboratory helps students to achieve this purpose. It equips a student with the devices that can be used to listen to the best samples of a spoken language. Students can practice and imitate the intonations to have a complete grasp over the language. The significance and relevance of the language laboratory can be stated as below. It is a modern and competent tool designed for teaching any language. It assists in learning and mastering every aspect of phonetics of a language with clarity and accuracy. It is an effective communicative training program that is not confined for the use of students in schools and colleges alone. The language laboratories can be used by the general public, people working in the private and corporate sector, or anybody who wants to learn a new language fluently. The language laboratory can be used by experts to create, edit and generate scientific and technical materials for teaching language. It utilizes computerized, multimedia and interactive devices that generate interest among the learners to learn the lessons. It is an effective mode to learn a language through distance education. You have already understood the meaning and concept of language lab. Now let us discuss the working of a language laboratory. The concept of language laboratory is new in India. Here, laboratories have always been associated with practical classes of science subjects. Hence, the use of a laboratory to learn a language seems to be a strange idea at the first instance for many people. However, it is a well-designed technical aid that helps in the teaching of a language in an easy and effective manner. It produces a carefully compiled pattern of drills that relieves a teacher from the endless repetition of patterns. However, it allows a student to practice the skills of learning a language till he achieves complete control over it. What are the equipments used in a language laboratory? A language laboratory consists of three sections: hearing booth, console or advisor's booth, and control room. Hearing booth. A language laboratory consists of separate hearing booths for each student in the class. Generally, a language laboratory has 16 or 20 hearing booths. Every hearing booth is equipped with a table and a chair that can be used by the student to sit and work. Each booth also consists of a telephone that is connected to the advisor's booth, microphones, earphones, tape recording and playing equipment and switches for the purpose of choosing the tape from the control room, for playing and listening to it, for recording the student's own voice, for stopping, rewinding and replaying the tape. The booths are partitioned by walls of 4 feet height. This helps each student to concentrate on his own work without disturbing the others. The student can press the key to indicate the lesson he requires or wants to learn. The student can communicate with and seek the assistance of the advisor if required. The console or advisor's booth is another section. The console or the advisor's booth is the place from where the teacher controls the classroom. The console is equipped with one or more tabs along with the master tabs. The console also consists of special equipment that helps to monitor the students, compare their performance with the master tab and make attempts to improve their performance till a satisfactory level is reached. The console permits two-way communication between the advisor and any particular student. The console also has a number of switches. These switches are distribution switches. Such switches are used to direct the recorded program or master tapes to the students sitting in the different hearing booths. Monitoring switch allows the teacher to listen to any student as he or she works with the tab. This switch enables the teacher to rectify linguistic errors and errors in procedure. It also enables a teacher to evaluate and grade the students. Intercom switches. These switches facilitate two-way conversation between the teacher and an individual student. Group call switch. This switch enables the teacher to make announcement to all the students who are listening to a particular tape from the console source. The teacher does not have to make individual announcement to each student under such a circumstance. All call switch. This is the switch that allows the teacher to make announcements to all students inside the laboratory regardless of what they are doing at the moment. Control room is the third important section of a language laboratory. The control room is the place where all the tapes, records and other equipments used in the laboratory is stored. Items like tapes and records are properly indexed before storing them in the control room. This is done so that such items can be readily made available to the students when they request for any particular item. Would you like to know the procedure followed in a language laboratory? The following procedure is generally followed in a language laboratory. First of all, the teacher plays a master tape. The sounds from this tape is picked up and recorded on the separate tape recorders that are placed in each hearing booth. After the master tape finishes playing, each student listens to his or her copy of the tape. He or she also makes oral responses to the tape at specified stages. The responses made by each student are recorded by the recording equipment that is kept in every student's booth. A student can listen to his copy of the tape for as many times as he or she wants. A student can listen not only to the copy of the master tape recorded in his booth but also to his or her own responses. Such equipment and facility allows the student to determine whether he or she has performed accurately or not. The student can repeat the performance until he or she decides that a satisfactory level has been achieved. What are the different types of language laboratory? Language laboratories can be of various kinds. The complexity of the language laboratory depends on the equipment used in it. Some laboratories are equipped with simple tape or CD recorders, while others are equipped with elaborate technical aids for teaching a language. A few common types of language laboratories are described below. Conventional language laboratory is one of the original and primitive form of the language laboratory. This conventional laboratory is equipped with a tape recorder and some audio cassettes with the target language recorded on the cassettes. The tape is played by the teacher for the benefit of the students. The students listen carefully to the tapes and learn the pronunciation of the language. This is a simple variant of the language laboratory and can be set up in a normal classroom. One disadvantage associated with this laboratory is that it is prone to distractions. This kind of language laboratory is rarely used these days. Lingua phone laboratory is another kind of conventional language laboratory but more modernized than the previous one described above. In this laboratory, learners are provided with a headset to listen to the audio cassettes being played by the teacher. This reduces the distractions and provides more clarity in listening. In the modern lingua phone laboratories, a particular electronic device is used. This device works as a cassette player, a repeater of tapes and a recorder of voice, all rolled into one device. It also facilitates playing the recorded voice of the student for comparison. Computer Assisted Language Laboratory or CALL is another kind of language laboratories which uses a computer to teach a language. The course materials of the language are fed into the computer, which are then displayed as per the available features of the system. These days, language laboratories with computers connected to the internet are becoming common. Such laboratories are known as web assisted language laboratories or WALL. Multimedia high-tech language laboratory. Such language laboratories use computers and special software meant for teaching languages in a technical manner. There are several kinds of language teaching software in the market that can be used in such a multimedia language laboratory. What are the chief characteristics of a language laboratory? There are a few characteristics that are common to all kinds of language laboratories. The chief characteristics of a language laboratory can be specified as follows. Retracing. Imitation and practice are two essential requirements of learning a language effectively. In intense drill practice, a student must be able to stop the tape, listen to the sounds and practice them by imitation for as many times and as often as desired. The language laboratory provides the freedom to the student to determine the level of accuracy of his performance. If a student is not satisfied with his own performance, he has the facility to repeat the steps of his performance till he is satisfied with the results. This process is called retracing. Retracing is not possible in programmed instruction, as a student is unable to advance till he has mastered the previous frame. However, in language laboratory, such restrictions do not exist, as the next step is available to the student irrespective of his success or failure in the previous frame. Self-pacing. A language laboratory allows every student to work at their own paces. A student is allowed to choose any one of the tabs available at the control place. The student can take the tab to his booth and play it for the purpose of hearing and practicing. He does not have to be concerned with what the other students are doing or how far they have progressed in their process of learning. Thus, it allows the freedom to each and every student to proceed at a comfortable speed that suits him completely. This means a fast learner would require doing less retracing, while a slow learner would be required to do much retracing. Material selection. In a basic language laboratory, a student is not allowed to select the tabs. It is the teacher or the instructor who decides the entire program, and the students are not allowed to give their opinions. However, in the other developed versions of language laboratories, the students are allowed to select and use the tabs individually. A student may select any of the tabs from the control area. Such freedom of material selection allows the student the facilities of self-pacing and self-correction by retracing. This form of operation provides a student maximum individualism. The only negative aspect of this feature is that it is a costly aspect of the language laboratory. It requires individual tape or CD recorders for each student and a huge stock of pre-recorded tabs for playing and hearing to be done by the students. Now, let us move to discuss the advantages of a language laboratory. There are several advantages of a language laboratory. Some of the advantages are stated below. It provides the student an opportunity to listen to the authentic native speakers of the language and not depend upon the not so perfect language skills of teacher or instructor. A student learns to recognize and distinguish the finer nuances of the language. The speech delivery and the pronunciation of words by the student are improved. It is an uninterrupted system where students do not have to sit idle while the teacher is busy instructing another student or correcting someone else's mistake. In this system, a student receives individual attention and immediate correction. It encourages a student to become an active learner. A student can learn at his own pace without having to worry about the progress of the other students of the class. A student has the opportunity to practice repeatedly and correct his own mistakes. It allows a teacher to rectify the mistake of one student or provide individual instruction without disturbing the other students. It offers a variety of experiences for the students. The teacher does not have to repeat the same thing over and over again. every student can ask question and clear his doubts without any shyness or without having to disturb other students of the class. Students are provided with guided practice to make it easier for them to learn quickly. It allows the teacher the facility to monitor, rectify and evaluate the individual performances of the students without wasting a huge amount of time for all these activities. It helps to increase considerably the active speaking time of the student. The language laboratories are not completely free from disadvantages or limitations. Some of the main limitations of a language laboratory are as follows. A language laboratory can be utilized to learn reading and writing in a language. It only facilitates the learning of how to speak a language. The number of students who can learn at a time inside the laboratory is limited. Just 16 to 20 students can learn at a time. This can be a cause for concern in classes where there is large number of students. The lessons may become monotonous for the students. The process is time consuming as repeated retracing slows down the speed of learning. There is a lack of well-trained teachers who can handle the complete procedure involved in a language laboratory. The lesson may require occasional revision to overcome the learning difficulties faced by the students. The equipment used in a language laboratory is costly and may not be feasible for every teaching institution to utilize such equipment. What will be the role of the teacher in the language laboratory? Language laboratories follow the communicative model of teaching. The laboratories focus on a student-centric learning process. However, the teacher has a significant role to play in the language laboratory. A teacher acts as the facilitator of learning. The teacher has to be creative and innovative in order to engage and encourage the students to learn in an active manner. The teacher may design activities and practice the learning of the language through interactive sessions. The teacher can stimulate real life situations inside the language laboratory and use all kinds of teaching materials to help the students to grasp and learn the language. Though the stress is on listening and speaking a language, through the use of a language laboratory, the teacher can help the students to develop interest in reading and writing in the language as well. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. The language laboratory is an important development in the domain of communication. It helps a learner to practice and assess his speech in any language. It is an important technical aid of teaching that allows a student to listen carefully to the native pronunciation and imitate the same till a satisfactory level of performance is achieved. Students have the facility to record their own performance and compare it with the model tape made available to them. They can learn at their own pace and rectify their mistakes. The language laboratory does not require the presence of a teacher at all times. However, the teacher has the facility to instruct the students individually or collectively as and when required. The language laboratory provides privacy for the students to learn without disturbance. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What is the significance and relevance of a language laboratory? What are the equipments used in a language laboratory? What are the common types of language laboratories? What are the chief characteristics of a language laboratory? What are the limitations of a language laboratory? Hope that you may go through the reference books for further reading. Essentials of Educational Technology, written by Agrawal JC and published by Vikas Publishing House Private Limited, New Delhi in the year 2009. Introduction to Education Technology, written by Sambat K and published by Sterling Publishers Private Limited, New Delhi in the year 2001. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.